he had the suppressor.
He had the Starbucks receipt. I mean, whatever you guys needed, he had for you.
I mean, like
selfie in front of the murder scene.
You don't even have to be an officer. You don't have to have any experience as a detective to get a conviction on this guy.
Yeah, he sure
right?
said I did it.
Yeah, he probably
Matching
said
the ID are such.
He probably said, "Hey, you guys, you got that security footage? Well, I shot some on my phone. If you want to use it."
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
You ever notice, Lovey, when Seth sometimes is nervous or looking at stuff, he starts doing like mouth sound effects. He starts going like.
Yeah. Was it?
You were making the noises. I was telling you guys about snow bunnies.
I know. And let's not talk about what the topic of why snow bunnies is even a topic. Ixnay on the clues nays. Did you not? Is that not funny? Is that what I?
It's funny and that's pretty awesome.
Funny and hold on, funny and really puts a feather yet another friendship feather in my cap if I could pull it off.
Oh my God, dude! You guys are.
What? You're not trying to say if I pull? Listen, we're not talking about what we're pulling off, but if I pulled that off,
you're a pimp.
Seth, you're gonna try to. I mean, you know that I'm already a good friend of my friend. But if I pulled, we're just saying friends.
Just to imagine
if I pulled that off, Seth, wouldn't that be a mate? Like, you know.
No, it's great, Bubba, that you're the kind of guy that can deliver on something that we're not allowed to talk about.
Right.
I just feel if you were able to use those detective super sleuth skills, who knows what kind of guests that we could have on this show.
Well, then I'll start doing it.
Okay, great.
To win-win. That person might win and owe me. And if I can, in one,
because you just did a missing persons deal yesterday. You found somebody in 12 minutes.
I found somebody in 2 texts.
Very impressive.
I found somebody. I found somebody in 2 texts. Boom, found them. So you know what? Can you get a hold of Favre and see when he can go on?
I knew you were going to say that today.
I reached out last night.
And just tell him, man, we are 100% supportive of your position of Mark Gastineau. And more importantly, we just want to catch up. We just want to catch up and promote whatever you're doing. That's it.
Yeah, I reached out last night, so usually he takes about 12 hours.
God, I wish Randy wasn't so stiff on the Skag deal. I thought for sure when I pitched it to Randy with Skag, Brett Favre being an absolute legend from Wisconsin.
Well, Favre's got Alzheimer's. I mean, that could change. I mean, maybe that could get him a Skag, and a man with Alzheimer's can Skag it up, so can you.
You can be like, hey, not only what do men that has Alzheimer's and a yellow jacket? Do they call him a golden jacket or a yellow jacket when you talk about the NFL Hall of Fame?
Gold jacket.
What does a man that has a golden jacket and Alzheimer's when he needs a mower? A Skag.
Can we play
needs a Skag.
Do you have the gas? I mean, I don't know how many people saw it yesterday. Do you have the Gastineau Favre confrontation?
Yeah, I do.
It was, and Brett Favre went on. He had about 10 tweets last night
I thought he was kind of funny when Gastineau, he's like, "You want to hit me or something?"
Well, no, Favre.
But look at Favre.
Favre looks stiff, man.
I mean, you got to admit. I mean, I think. If I was the Jets, I'd be calling Favre right now, saying, "Hey, I think."
What?
I'm just saying.
I'd rather get Zach Wilson back.
I'm just saying. Favre,
still got that pocket presence.
Favre.
Here's a guy that will refuse to go to the blue tent. Let's get him on our team immediately.
Favre has aged well. I mean, he looks great.
Oh, he does.
Now, he's been hit in the head 400 times, but I'm just okay. Anyway, here's the confrontation that we talk about. And if we were to set it up, Favre was at a card show.
In 2023.
Yeah, a year ago. No, a year and a half ago.
In Chicago.
And Favre's, I think this is even before, because I don't know that he's even this public anymore, Seth, with all the, volleyball, all the controversy that he's going through. I don't know that he does these card shows anymore, and if he does, well, I mean, I'm assuming that they're just, he goes to a lot of the. You guys are into sports memorabilia more than I am, but a lot of
those are good paydays, Bubba, and I think he's in a safe place. Even if he went to one of these, it's not like you're just out in the middle of town square and people can yell stuff at you. I mean, it's his big-time fans that aren't going to be like, so what's up with that welfare for the volleyball court, bro?
Right.
Can't believe it. It was still easy for him to probably go out and make that money.
When Rainey, the realtor, blindsided Hogan with let's play for Jesus, and can you ask Jesus to forgive? Can Jesus find it in your heart to forgive Bubba?
I just want to know how much
I can forgive Bubba, but I can never trust him, which means I can't be his friend.
I just wonder how much Hogan's grip loosened up on Rainey's hands.
Rainey said that he squeezed him harder.
Yeah, squeeze it harder.
Rainey said he squeezed it harder.
And he kind of put his head back a little bit, like, oh god.
Was that like a threat to her hand, or was that him really channeling Jesus?
I think that was.
I think that was a bitch. Bad subject, bitch, to put Jesus into. Keep me, Jesus, and Bubba out your mouth.
You think he had anything to do with the demise of Randy Macho Man Savage?
What a question.
Hold on. I know.
We're just trying to pin stuff on people.
The reason why I locked up is because I know the answer to that.
Okay, all right.
I was very, very, very much involved in that, and I just don't want to probably go down that road just because of to honor Randy. He's dead.
Did you, Bubba, back in the day when, this was probably, 2019, maybe 20, Macho Man came on 97X. He came on the Morning X because he was feuding with you and feuding with Hogan. So
not 2019, 2009.
I'm sorry, 2000. No, I'm sorry, 2000. I'm sorry, 2001.
Right.
2001, 2000. I don't know where I was thinking.
Me and Hogan were wearing him out. We had songs.
Yeah, he came in and we were just like, okay, it's like me, Fisher, to point. We're like, all right, Macho Man wants to come in and hijack. We were a music show too.
Sure. You're like, man, but you were like probably still like, this is Macho Man.
Well, I was like, well, why is Macho Man so worried about this? Like, I didn't really understand the extent of it, but
I just want to let you know there's a guys across town, Bubba.
It really bothered him. Like, it legit bothered him.
I know. Let me, Brian from Philly.
Thank you.
25 on the PayPal. Thank you. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. It's been kind of slow lately, to be honest with you, but
it's the holidays, man.
It is. It really is. I'm not going to sit here and just grind and grind. Not even really going to mention that much. You guys know how how to support the show. So if you can find it in your heart to do so, do so. So did you guys just like maybe kind of start talking about wrestling and he immediately wanted to go to the Hogan Bubba stuff?
Bubba, I was so young in the game. I was probably still an intern. I was mesmerized by the whole thing, but it was very shortly after that he passed away. I just found it interesting how they wanted to use our little old platform to go against you.
Well, he just wanted anybody that would put him on the air.
Yeah.
And me and Hogan had worn him out so bad. Everything from let me remember the New Bane song.
Yes.
You can maybe find that. That's what got him the most.
I also don't think Macho Man was a character. I think he was a real person through and through. I think that's exactly how he was.
Macho $10.
Macho Man was when he did the promos. That's him.
Yeah, no, that was him.
He didn't. That was like 95.5% Randy Poffo.
Yeah, he didn't walk in the studio and go, "Hey, what's up? I'm Randy." Fist bump. No,
Randy.
Heel mouth here, $20.
Randy Poffo and Macho Man were really similar.
Yeah,
a lot. Whereas Hogan, he'd be hanging around. You'd be like, just, hanging out. Hey, brother. And all of a sudden, let me tell you. Like, he was completely different when he would do promos.
Right. Terry was like, pilled out and drinking and stuff like that. But Hulk Hogan was doing the prayers, the vitamins, and steroids.
Well, here's the deal. When we were really hard on Macho Man, when we were super duper hard on him, I mean, making songs about.
Do you regret any of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I regret because now, Hogan used me to be his hammer in Tampa, whether it was making fun of Charlie, Linda's, Linda's
boyfriend that looked like Nick, right?
That was a year older than Nick and a year younger than Brooke.
Can't blame her.
And
Hogan, get that young D when you can.
Hogan, I mean, Lummy's getting into some of these calls, and Hogan literally used the show to do all of his dirty work.
Oh yeah,
all of it. Everything. So I do feel bad because Macho Man, it was told to me that Macho Man went to several attorneys in town, big named attorneys, and wanting to sue me and Hogan for defamation, slander, and the attorneys would tell him, yeah, we can go after Hogan and Bubba because they say that you inject Nubane, but do you? Oh, yeah, well, I don't want to necessarily talk about that. They're like, well, here's the deal. If It's not slander. It's not defamation. It's not
What's Nubane?
It's this.
Just a steroid?
No, it's a pain. It's a liquid injectable pain.
Like better than Vicodin?
No, like
like low brow,
like hold on, like propofol, like just
okay.
Really well, except it jacks you up.
Jeez, man.
And just makes your whole entire body numb.
The toxicology reports of wrestlers have got to be some of the nastiest stuff that you've probably seen.
So if we go to so what happened is that, and this is did you say again, Seth, 2023?
2023 Chicago, there is a 30 for 30 coming out on the Sack Exchange, the New York Jets. 2020.
Sorry.
From what is it? I don't know, the 90s where they had a bunch of dudes that got sacks. I don't know. I wasn't that familiar with it. I'm more familiar with the Brett Favre part of the story.
And so anyway, Mark Gastineau was the all-time sack leader.
At 22.
Had 22.
In one season, yeah.
And Strahan had tied him. And it was the last game of the year. I forget what year it was. And the Packers were at the Giants.
I think it was 02. And
there was a minute and some change left. The Packers were clearly going to win the game. And Favre had a play where, now again, Strahan was the left defensive tackle, and he was tied. This was the last game of the season. Last game of the regular season. And Favre drops back to pass. Now, again, there's not much time left. The game's already in the bag. Favre drops back to pass, and here comes Gastineau, 1,000 miles an hour.
Strahan.
I'm sorry.
Strahan.
I'm sorry.
Gastineau
Strahan.
was on the sideline, though.
This story's going to get really
So, Strahan.
Gotta get my sack back, dude.
Now, Strahan, I don't know if in the huddle Favre called, 75 razor.
Come on, Bubba. He laid down for Strahan. He admitted it.
But I don't know if he said in the huddle, 75 razor, right tackle, missed the block, let Strahan come in there and smash me. I don't know if he said that or, I don't know legitimately if the tackle was in on it and he whiffed the block.
Bubba, I mean, Brett Favre and Michael Strahan are very, very smart guys. I'm not saying that Michael Strahan knew about it, but Brett Favre, he'd be bootleg or he looped around to one end. I mean, he tweeted last night that
send me the play.
I'm looking for it.
Okay,
yeah.
it's clear, but it's okay. But this is where it all comes from. Is like, so you never thought about the guy that actually had the record before Strahan. You're like, oh, did Brett Favre lay down or did he not lay down? That was a story. But then I didn't realize until yesterday there's a guy that had this record, Mark Gastineau, who isn't in the Hall of Fame, who isn't in as much as demand as some of these other guys. And if he still had the sack record, which he doesn't because T.J. Watt broke it, would he be advanced in, his football accolades?
And in this clip, like he definitely comes across as a bitter loser. I'm not going to lie to you, but
he kind of blindsides Brett into even what the subject matter is.
But
like
back
Brett's
in the day,
Brett's doesn't even really know what you're talking about.
I wasn't growing up watching him play, but I've seen enough of his highlights. Like, he was nothing to sneeze at, man. He did do a lot of good things for the pass rush.
He had
18 sacks one year, 20 sacks another year, 22 another year, 21.
Is he still not in the Hall of Fame?
He's not. Brett Favre is championing him, though, now.
He should be because I mean, listen, I know
he
that
had over 100 sacks.
Yeah.
I don't know for sure. I'm actually looking this up right now. He might still be the only guy to lead the NFL in sacks in back-to-back seasons.
And what I'm saying is this guy...
This could be good for him, man, this controversy.
You're very much right. In the fact that, here's the deal.
Because Brett Favre is on his side now. Brett Favre said that he should be in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, no. Strahan and T.J. Watt are the only players to lead the league.
Oh, okay.
In sacks in back-to-back seasons. How fitting.
All right, no, but give me a defensive lineman that has less sacks than Gastineau that's in the Hall of Fame. I'm sure there's quite a bit.
Did they put Jason Thomas in?
Jason Taylor?
How many?
Dolphins? Yeah, I think he's in there.
How many total sacks did Gastineau have?
107.
107.
Yeah.
So look at the defensive lineman.
Jason Taylor had 139.5. So.
Okay, what did McMichael have?
Well, he was more of an interior guy, right? So
I think Gastineau was an interior. Well, I don't know.
No, he was a defensive end. He was really, a lot of people credit him for being the first pass rush specialist because his teammates will tell you he only played on passing downs. He didn't bother tackling the running back.
No,
he was a one-dimensional player.
He couldn't tackle running back to save his life.
But Bubba, I will say this though, because of course I did think about you when I saw this. If you were not able to get out any of your, negative feelings about Hogan or Calta on the radio over the past however many years, and all of a sudden
Charles Haley,
you just saw one of those guys. I feel like that's how Mark Gastineau feels, because he had 20 years of pent-up hate for Strahan and Brett Favre.
Well, why couldn't he have gotten it out?
there you go.
He did. He got it out to his face.
So, Bubba, Charles Haley had 100, so he's in the Hall of Fame.
Hold on. But now you figure championships.
Yep.
How many I think Charles Haley had, oh my God,
3 or 4.
3 or 4 championships.
Let's not act
Nope,
like
I was wrong. He had 5.
Okay.
Okay, so Charles Haley had 5 championships.
Just put this guy in already. We don't. It's not
Right.
that. It's really.
Right?
Yes.
All right, here's a confrontation.
We put kickers in.
Here's a confrontation. So now, should I play this or should I play this first?
I play this first. It sets it up a little bit. This is the 2-minute clip.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has it.
Okay, so I don't even need.
It also has like the testimony from his teammates and stuff too.
All right, here we go.
But you know what? Everybody asks me, why aren't you in the Hall of Fame? Do you know how
Boy, he's not aged well. Meanwhile, Brett Favre has aged, quite well.
Well, he was on a lot of gas, wasn't he?
Yeah, a lot of gas.
Dude, he looks like Meatloaf, and that look is very in right now.
I should be going right to the top then.
How much hair dye you think he's going through?
do you know how long
He needs to trim his nose hairs.
I've thought about it? A long time. Somebody that had more sacks than anybody on that team, somebody that played their butt off, somebody that did more than anybody that had played. I don't know why I'm not.
Hold on, was there anybody else on your team, Joe Klecko, anybody else that were on those Jets teams that did make the Hall of Fame and you didn't? I don't know of anybody else.
Klecko's a Hall of Famer.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I think Gastineau has one hell of an argument.
Not in the Hall of Fame.
Because with Joe Klecko, they were like, they were like almost Richard Dent and Dan Hampton, or Richard Dent and the Fridge, or Richard Dent and Steve McMichael. Like, they were both. Klecko was more of an internal lineman.
Yeah, they worked together.
But they were together. I mean, when you think about the greatest defensive line the Bears ever had, you think of Dan Hampton and Richard Dent on the ends, and you think of Fridge and McMichael in the middle.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yep.
And I think all of them but one, Fridge, are in the Hall of Fame.
Here's the thing.
Is Dent in the Hall of Fame?
Yes.
Okay.
Here's the thing. I think when we talk about this wasn't a great moment for Mark Gastineau to confront, Brett Favre, and I know people are probably, waiting for us to get to that. But
it's coming.
But it got Brett Favre on his side, and Brett Favre is going to you need people to champion you that are in the Hall of Fame.
You do.
And it seems like probably Brett feels badly, and he might make it part of his work along with fighting Alzheimer's to get Gastineau in the Hall of Fame.
And I think the two other people he's championed are either really, really close or are finalists, and that is Sterling Sharp and Mike Holmgren.
Yeah.
Sterling's a finalist this year.
Yeah, and so's Mike. Mike's a finalist too. Mike Holmgren and Sterling Sharp, both Brett Favre have championed, are going to probably get in.
So I just think through maybe a comedy of errors or something like this, of Brett Favre being a dope and not thinking about Gastineau, and then Gastineau confronting him at a card show. I mean, it looks like it could make everybody look good here in the end.
Where does Favre rank? I know he has a couple records, and one of them is
top 20.
No, I think he's top 10.
I'm going to say fringe top 10.
On what?
Yards?
Like yards?
Yards, TDs.
Oh, you mean like I'm just talking just straight up quarterback of all time?
I'm talking about yards.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, he played in 3 Super Bowls.
Sure.
Or 2 Super Bowls. Two or 3. I think 2. They got beat in Denver, and they beat the Patriots. But where does Favre rank in yards? Fourth?
Yes.
And what, yards or TDs?
Yards.
Yards. Where is he on TDs? I also think he's number 1 in interceptions.
Those are going to get shattered, Bubba, too, because of the passing league that we're in now.
You're right.
It doesn't take away from him, but
what, so he's 4th in yards.
He's 4th in passing TDs, too, with 508.
Okay. All right.
I know I was elected to the Hall of Fame, and, he feels that he should have a nod now. Don't let him die by that, because you're going to die. You're going to die with it more than live.
I told people you're the greatest athlete I've ever played with, but I will tell you this. You were selfish. If you don't want to admit you were selfish, fine. That's my opinion.
All right, so these are former players, Joe Klecko and Marty Lyons, who where that was the defensive line. Klecko, Lyons, Gastineau, and one other dude.
You were selfish.
He didn't care about making a tackle on a running back.
And I guess like Abdul was the other guy.
Holy cow, he only had 69 tackles in his career?
Yeah, I think it was Seth that said, or Rhett said that he didn't play on first. He usually didn't play on any type of running down.
No, he didn't bother tackling the running back or putting any effort into anything else. There is a clip of him chasing down a running back from behind, and his speed, his athleticism is on full display. He just only cared about getting sacks.
Tackle on a running back. If it wasn't the quarterback, he didn't care.
Right.
Mark was an awesome talent, one-dimensional or not. You have a specialist that rushed the passer now. So he changed the game in that sense.
Mark Gastineau's record of 22 sacks in a single season, which he achieved in
He looks great there in 06.
1984,
02.
stood until the final minutes of the 2001 season.
Well, I don't remember it that way, but boy, it does look like. I didn't think it was quite that egregious. It looked like Favre literally ran to Strahan and
it
said,
looks even slower on the NFL Films cameras.
It looks worse, man. Hold on, let me see this again.
Which he achieved in 1984.
It looks like this is hey, fellas, here's the
this
play.
This ruined Gastineau's life, by the way.
There it is. It's going to be blue 49 on 2, okay? And then I'm just going to run to the right side tackle, and right side tackle let Strahan go.
Bubba.
And I'm going to run right into his arms, and before he can smash me, I'm going to lay down. And at that point, man, the first person if a quarterback slides or lays down behind the line of scrimmage, the guy who gets the sack is the first person who touches him.
Bubba, I was balls deep in this story yesterday, and when you watch it, it's the funniest thing ever.
It really
because all of Strahan's teammates come to congratulate him, and then Brett Favre goes to congratulate him too, and his teammate has to pull him back of like, hey, dude,
don't make it so obvious.
Yeah, not the best look right now.
Okay, here's the play. Ready? Gastineau sack on 2. I'm sorry. Strahan sack on 2. Ready? Hey,
I'm going to ruin Gastineau's life right now, guys.
Right. Hey, guys, here's the game plan. We're not doing a Razor 86 or nothing like that. Dorsey Levens, you ain't getting the ball. I'm rolling back, and I'm running right to Strahan, okay? And he's going to smash me. He's going to get the record. Yeah, but don't try to, celebrate with him or nothing. It's going to look stupid, Brett.
That's the funniest part. Watch this, Bubba. Watch it.
Stood until the final minutes of the 2001 season.
Oh, man, that is bad. I didn't think it was that bad.
Strahan gets the sack. And you know what? No one's happier than Brett Favre. He gets.
Hey, I think Bubba Franks, whoever this was.
Did you see?
Hey, man, don't be.
He was gonna get on the ground and celebrate.
Hey, man, get your ass back to the huddle. Don't look so good. You know what I'm saying?
The record. Well, he got to give me is what he got.
There was nobody else that wanted Michael to get that more than Brett.
Favre's got a smile on his face.
Hold on, and then as he's getting wienered,
he's smiling.
I mean, Strahan wienered him. Watch, ready?
No wonder Favre never wanted to retire.
Watch, hold on, ready?
Michael to get that more than Brett. And
he got wienered.
What a manly sport.
Right there.
I didn't know what had happened. The NFL should have stopped that and said, listen, no. That's not a sack. He took my record away from me. Anybody will tell you Brett Favre took a dive. And you know it, she knows it, he knows it, and everybody knows.
I feel like he's going to die.
Yeah.
Well, that's why we got to get him in, you know.
Excuse me.
Here we go.
Welcome to the Chicago Sports Spectacular Autograph Pavilion.
Finally met. Now you tell
we met a long time ago. At least I saw you.
Right.
How you doing?
When you fell down for him. I'm going to get my sack back. I'm going to get my sack back, dude.
You probably would hurt me.
Well, I don't care. You hurt me. You hurt me. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
You really hurt me. You hurt me, Brett.
Look at Favre's like, man, I've been in a lot of situations, but I've never been.
This is, it's tough. Man, I feel for both dudes.
I feel
here.
for Brett, man, because Brett doesn't really know what to do, or
he doesn't really know.
Me. Yeah, and he's being a gentleman. He's being a complete gentleman here.
You hurt me, Brett.
We got to get back to this, Brett. I'm sorry.
For him to do that,
and it really looks like it. Honest to God, it really looks like it shook Brett Favre up.
It did.
Well, he was coming in to shake his hand.
Brett.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the whole deal, it looks like Brett's really, really trying to shake his hand and
Yeah,
say, "Hey,
he
what's
pushed him off.
Here we go."
When you fell down for him, I'm going to get my sack back. I'm going to get my sack back, dude.
You probably would hurt me.
Well, I don't care. You hurt me. You hurt me. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
You really hurt me.
Favre's like, "I'm going to back out of here."
Hurt me, Brett.
We got to get back to this, Brett. I'm sorry.
For him to do that to Brett Favre, that was my last straw.
I mean, that's just
That's his guy.
There you
Like,
go.
what's the locker room like now from before, and like, what's the game actually like? Has the scheme changed
hold
drastically in your?
They've won
Like, what's
4
the locker
games.
room
Who cares
like
about
now
their
from?
scheme?
Oh, hold on. Here, this is yesterday's show, I think, Lemmy.
Yeah.
With AJ Hawk
And
and of
Rogers
course,
on his Tuesdays.
Rogers, and then Pat McAfee. Does Rogers mention that it sucks that overtime in the situation that he faced this past Sunday with the Dolphins, he never even had an opportunity to get back on the field?
No, he talked about the Devontae Adams touchdown and breaking the record and what it meant to him.
Hey, Bubba, Trick Me said this guy walks around saying he wants a sack back and assumes people know he's talking about football.
And like, what's the?
By the way, Trickney, I heard your father's and doing well.
Oh no!
And I think the information I got, and we're really thinking about you. We really, really, really are. I know that you're going through a tough time. I think I'm correct on that data.
Oh man, that sucks. I didn't know that.
So Trick, we're thinking about you.
Thoughts and prayers?
Game actually, like,
Yes, very much so.
Has the scheme changed drastically in your mind?
I think the players are bigger, stronger, and faster.
And I'm older and slower. And now people have got enough film on me that if they send the troops, and I am not mobile. And if you send somebody up the middle with a couple of really, really edge rushers, I'm done.
A lot of people have said that he gets serviced by his shaman during these interviews, but under the table, and that nobody can obviously see.
But I think the football IQ has dropped. A lot of that's because of the offenses at the lower level.
Oh my God.
No one's as smart as you, Jeopardy.
Right. No, don't be honest and say I'm 40. What 40?
I think you say 40 or 41.
41, 40,
Yeah,
41.
I think 41.
And that there's so much tape on me, and I've lost a step or 3, and I just cannot really get outside the pocket at all. And so if the pocket collapses and I don't have a quick read because you're playing a really tight man-to-man or whatever.
I've kamikaze this whole organization.
Right. Boy, but look at the damage he has done to the Jets.
But he still shows up every week like he's the best quarterback in the league, and the Jets are going to go to the AFC Championship.
And blames it on the league and the football IQ. And that players are dumber now, and he's smarter.
There's not a lot of huddles.
The only people that were dumb were the people were Woody, whatever the hell the guy's name is, Woody Wilson, that decided to mortgage the farm for you. I mean, my God, look at the personnel decisions they made to accommodate this guy. Look what they gave up. Look what they gave away, and look where they are now.
A lot of adjustments. Everything comes.
I mean, they were Super Bowl or bust with him, were they not? I mean, that's
Woody Johnson.
Sideline for the most part. Many teams aren't using cadence, so I think from a football IQ standpoint,
well, your hard count cadence is what's going to is going to save.
From a football IQ standpoint, it's lower. From a football skill set, it's probably higher. Kids are more ready to play. I think the athleticism has obviously gotten better.
I've gotten older and slower.
Guys are, it's a different social media world back in.
Man, he's one of the smartest and greatest quarterbacks ever. But I think if you put him in a position to build up a football team or something like that, it would be a disastrous. I don't think he ever wants to do that, but I think it would flame out.
Because he never can take a long, hard look at himself. Just like what Tom Brady told Shador when I was at Berkeley Prep, and he said, don't be like Ben Roethlisberger and Aaron Rodgers and start blaming others. Always take the responsibility. And boy, could he have been any. And at that time, I was like, whoa, zoinks. He's talking smack about two very, very high-profile dudes. Come on. And God, could he have been any more correct? With regards to Rodgers, I'm not familiar with Roethlisberger, but did he have that reputation for throwing guys under the bus?
Early on, he did.
camera phones were not even really.
We're blaming the fact that you guys have won 3 games on camera phones.
Why is he trying to sound 150 right now?
Social media.
He always does.
What's up, Lisa Sacco on YouTube? Good friend of mine.
Was basically Facebook, I believe, that people had. I don't know if MySpace was still holding on or not.
Wow, I'm on Pat McAfee and I'm bringing up MySpace. I thought I was pathetic.
I mean, can they cut him off at any point and ask him did they ask him a question?
I mean, can Pat McAfee say, well, AJ, I'm going to rethink this appearance, these Tuesday appearances from Aaron. It's really kind of hurting our brand and our credibility at the end of the day. I don't know if we really need Aaron. See, when Aaron was the hottest thing going, that probably was good for Pat McAfee's show. Well, I think now Aaron Rodgers is a deterrent. People don't like him. People don't want to hear.
But that's why they'll watch.
People don't want to hear him say anything.
Oh, they do.
They don't want to. I don't.
Well, Bubba,
you know what? Then it would be I want to hear him to hate him.
Well, what are we doing?
Much like we're used to.
We're picking everything apart that he says, every single word. I think that's why people want to hear him. If somebody's bad, if people dislike Aaron Rodgers, and it's gonna only translate into better things for Pat McAfee here. I don't blame Pat for having him on. I think that Aaron Rodgers is intriguing, but I believe that he comes off boring on purpose during these interviews.
Yeah, but I also think he comes across, arrogant and narcissistic.
But at this point, at 41,
it doesn't really matter, does it?
Well, I mean, if you're talking about a young rookie quarterback coming in that's like this, that could be a problem for his teammates and the rest of his career. But this is Aaron Rodgers. He's established. He's got the people that believe in him.
Take the budget that you're paying Aaron Rodgers and give it to Patrick Mahomes. Let's have him on. Or let's have Caleb Williams on. Or let's have one of these up-and-comer or Jordan Love or just anybody or Tua or anybody that
Baker Mayfield. Let's hear from him.
Hell yeah. Put Baker Mayfield on.
He's got a feel-good story.
He's got a way better feel-good story than this guy. This guy here's his story. Ready? I played 3 years behind one of the greatest of all time, Favre. I inherited the job. I killed it with the Packers. I won a Super Bowl with the Packers. I was a 4-time MVP, but the offense was built around me and my skill set. I then became too big-headed and thought it was all about me and wanted to control personnel decisions because I had seen people like Peyton Manning and Tom Brady pull it off wonderfully. And I'd like to have that much whip. Well, the Packers aren't going to give me that much whip, so now the New York Jets are going to absolutely mortgage the farm to get me in there, and I have absolutely crapped the bed. That's his legacy. In the timeline, that's his legacy. I mean, is there anybody that's going to argue with me that as a Jet, he has crapped the bed? Been absolute bust.
I don't think it's.
You're 3-9.
I don't want to get too sporty.
The first year you blew out your Achilles and played 4 plays. So that the second year you make them go out and get Devontae Adams. Well, the first year you made them go get Randall Cobbs and Alan Lazard and all this kind of deal, which maybe was not. I mean, they didn't. They weren't. Did Alan Lazard or Randall Cobb do anything at all last year?
No, but I saw Lazard the other day, so he's still around.
Right. So then the second year, and you play 4 snaps. The second year, you say I need Devontae Adams, and by the way, don't forget that your coach and your general manager, you get fired.
Well, he says that was a bad move.
Okay, bad move for what? Woody?
Yeah.
Okay, doesn't matter. It still happened.
He wasn't showing the support.
It still happened.
Well, he said it was showing the support that to bury Aaron Rodgers and not to help him.
It still happened.
Yeah.
His legacy now is a bust in New York. You got Stephen A. Smith, who was, remember, just 3 years ago, Stephen A. Smith would be like, Aaron Rodgers, he's a bad man, and the Packers need to give him what he wants because he's a bad man. Now Stephen A. Smith is like, Aaron Rodgers is an embarrassment to the Jets.
Father Time is undefeated. I think it's Aaron Rodgers has put himself out there over the last couple of years. He said he's trying to be Father Time. He might have a year or 2 left. We'll see what happens. But obviously, the Jets experiment is going in the wrong direction.
Oh yeah, he's done.
Well, there's a lot of emphasis on the brand, and our sport is such a worldwide phenomenon. There's opportunity.
You think in his little peanut Jeopardy brain he's freaking out right now?
No, I think no.
No, I think he's waiting for the season to be over so he can make a decision on where he's going to play next year.
And doesn't it really, really taint his legacy that if he does not play anywhere next year, this was his swan song?
Does legacy mean anything? After hearing Mike Tyson say, "What's legacy? We're nothing. We're dust."
Legacy. It's when you throw a fight. It's when you throw a fight against a guy. And then you get sued by a bunch of people because they had buffering problems.
I think at the end, when you think about Aaron Rodgers, 10, 15 years from now, unless he's done something really odd, I think you'll think he's one of the best quarterbacks of all time, one of the most accurate. One of the most accurate. And
I think he's a top 10 quarterback of all time. But boy, it's tough to see a top 10 quarterback of all time go out like a chump. I mean, if you look at
but not everybody goes out like John Elway. Not everybody goes out like Peyton Manning winning that Super Bowl.
I know. Not everybody goes out like Tom Brady. Even Tom Brady didn't have the most successfuls of his last season, but he did what the franchise wanted him to do. They didn't expect him to deliver 2 Super Bowls. I mean, it would have been nice, but they needed one, and they got one out of him. And, I'm just telling you, I mean, like...
It was worth it. They were supposed to suffer for years because they brought Tom Brady in, and they really didn't suffer at all.
And they won a Super Bowl, and then, everything else is gravy.
We used to make money off the field, which raises your presence kind of out there.
All right, thank you. I've seen enough. Thank you. Thank you. Here's the confrontation, which we've already seen. So let's see if we could get Favre on.
Yeah, reach out.
We have Alex Stein on today.
Yes.
And Alex has posted a few things on his Twitter and all of his other distribution platforms.
1.4 million views.
Well, the one with the smoking the cigarette's viral.
You mean the guy? Is it a cigarette or a joint?
It's a cigarette.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I talked to Stein about it yesterday.
Was that Stein's footage?
Yeah.
He was sitting by the guy?
I guess so, yeah.
Right.
They picked it up. A lot of people picked it up. It's huge.
I don't think I've seen that one.
How can you smoke a cigarette? Now, cigarettes...
You're not supposed to.
I mean...
On the plane?
No,
in Cowboy Stadium.
Hold on. In the stadium.
What?
Yes.
During the game?
During the game, this guy smoked.
And the guy looks like an old school Cowboys fan.
It's like that's how tough it is to be a Cowboys fan, that you got to burn a heater.
Yeah.
You got to burn a heater. By the way, now they're at almost the very top row of the whole...
Was he sitting at his seat smoking?
Yep.
And Stein found him?
Yep.
Oh, that's funny.
We'll do that next.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
It's a short clip, but it's...
Hi, everybody. Hi, Trick Knee. Hello, Danny G, Big and Grease, Kenny Powers, Big motherfucking Buck. I'll see you on the 21st. All right, so let me see. I'm writing stuff today. Where the fuck is this thing? Here we go. Perfect.
I need some PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. If you fucking yo, cuz it's just me and you. Let me ask you a question, guys. Do you guys like, we're start in the upper box, in the upper tile, as you can see, we're starting to run just some videos, just B-roll shit of stuff that we've either shown on the show and then we got we're just trying to do some stuff during the hot mic that might be a little bit cooler visual. Do you like it? Or would you prefer individual boxes of me, Seth, Lummy in those boxes? I like the video. No, don't like it because I like it. I want you to think that, yeah, Grouper Lips, I think I'm going to thank you, Lisa Sacco. It is repetitive. You're right, Beaver, and I'm working on that. No volume. We can't do volume because some of it's, it's just, we can't do volume. We just can't, we can't. But Mario Gonzalez, thank you for the PayPal. B-roll is cool. And we're going to have, right now it's repetitive, but we're going to have
that could be a way to get him on and then kind of get into that.
Yeah.
Oh, man. That hat gets bigger every time I fucking see it, though.
I'm going to reach out to Gassino, and we have Gassino if I
Oh, Gassino. Dude, I bet Gassino would love to come on.
Have a surprise guest for Favre. Gassino.
No, I wouldn't blindside Favre with him.
No, I'm just kidding.
No.
But I'm telling you, I really think they're going to be friends now. He had a real nice tweet thread about him. All right, I need the list for Barb. Who's in, who's out?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Mario, I think Las Vegas Mario. 25 on the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. Thank you. Again, at the Bubba Army. Pretty much everything. Whether it's Rumble, whether it's Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, X, it's all at the Bubba Army. And Lummy, I know that we catch a lot of crap about it, but and Macho Man's mic's up as well. Mm-hmm. But I think our app, I thought I could control a day that it was released, but it's my understanding through the Great Micro that it's fully approved.
China decides when it comes out.
It's fully approved. And it's now in the hands of Apple and the aggregators as to when they will release it. Mach, I don't know if you're available or not.
But yeah, you're.
But I think that that's where we stand. Not when we want to launch it, because I wanted to launch it today. But
we have no
say so as to when they say it's ready. So it's ready.
It's done.
It's done. It's ready to go, but it's not ready or available.
Which is not our fault.
It's in Apple's hands.
But you could wake up Christmas morning, it could be there.
And Lummy, we need all hands on deck, from Gary Cantrell to Rhett to you to Seth to everybody. What? Whether it's TikTok, whether it's Instagram, whether it's Facebook, that when the new app is available, that we post up on all of our social platforms, that the new Bubba Army HQ app, which is one-stop shopping
It'll spread, Bubba. It'll spread so fast because so many people never thought it was coming out. So when you drop it, I mean, people are going to be going crazy.
So once Apple approves it, we are able to give a date.
Oh, okay.
So once they say you're approved, we could say, okay, release it right now, or we could release it at a date.
I would, when they approve it, I would rather them not just, let it go live. I'd rather let us be able to promote it a little bit.
Okay.
And say, okay, if so, whenever, in the next, 10 days or whatever, they say, okay, we're ready on our end. Do you want us just to let it go live? And now my answer is no. I'd rather them say, okay, I'd rather pick a date, and then we have a big, we can promote it on the air. Hey, on this certain such and such date, our new now Bubba Army HQ app, which is my understanding, one-stop shopping for everything Bubba.
Yes.
If you want to link to the merchandise deal, if you want to link to any podcast, if you want to link to any YouTube, if you want to go back and find former shows, it's going to have a search engine on it. So let's say you type in, Tom the Tree Man, or Tucker Carlson, or Hulk Hogan, or Tito Ortiz, or
just even listen to the show live,
or Bye
Boy. It's going to have a fairly extensive search engine.
Caveman.
Exactly. The Caveman.
Trace.
Sure. And it'll give you a list of shows then that these people appeared in, and you can either stream them and listen, or if you're a member, you can, if you're, I think the highest ranking member, Lummy, which is Sergeant then Lieutenant. If you're Lieutenant, then you can actually download it. Otherwise, you stream it. And I think the regular show continuously loops on that as well.
Yes.
So again, I'm very excited about it. It's full Bubba Army functionality at your fingertips. So
I'm glad you were able to convince Tom Bean to finally go with the app. I know that he was holding out on you, and I think that you're gonna prove him very, very fast how beneficial it is.
Thank you. Seth was being a smartass and said that he needed to take all of January off because it's just getting to him.
No, I'm not. I mean, I think I'm gonna take some time in January off.
You are. Well, you better let me know about it.
Well, I don't have my handy dandy calendar right now.
Well,
I haven't crossed over into 2025.
And I'll tell you right now, Lummy, that after BARP, which is the 16th Bubba Army Royalty Party, the 16th, the 17th, and the 18th, my life gets absolutely insane, and to the point where I'm hoping that I get the Cream Machine back from Terry's Automotive, and we can rig up, or I can bring Macho Man up to BRP one of these days, because I'm going to be probably having to do the show live from Ocala from like the 20th, Monday, January 20th, clear till Friday, February 14th. So, like, I will be in Ocala probably all of those days.
Wow.
No, I'll take that back. I'll probably be back Monday, the 27th, and do that whole week, maybe. I don't know. It's just my life is about to get really, 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 really busy. And the last part of January and the first part of February, I'm absolutely screwed.
Now, are you excited because obviously you're getting this opportunity with East Bay closing down?
I'm very excited, but there's also that much more pressure on us, and that we have to be. We've never had this much attention on East Bay closed. And so we now have kind of taken the place of East Bay. East Bay was the crown jewel in the infamous Winter Nationals of dirt racing. And we've now taken that, not by in a bad way, and by default, because East Bay closed. Mosaic, the huge company Mosaic, bought East Bay.
Gave them a lot of money.
I heard it was $4.2 million.
Oof.
Wish somebody would come and offer me and Tom Bean $4.2 million. Phew.
You need to do some soul samples and send a Mosaic.
No, Mosaic. No.
You say soil or
soil?
Oh, okay.
He's got a little bit of a.
I thought there might have been soul. I was like, well, what do you have to send him from your soul?
Lummy's got a little bit of an alcoholic tongue today.
I'm 62.
Well, you're not a 62. You're just drunk.
Well, when you're drunk, you're 62.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Lummy's not drunk.
I'm super drunk.
Are you really? I mean, I think you are kind of drunk, and if you are, that's cool. I prefer everybody. I prefer everybody to be on the show, except for Macho Man.
Oh,
he can't handle his liquor.
Is that like a put down? Or,
no, it's not a put down in any way, shape, or form.
Macho just goes hard in the paint.
Macho will just tell you when he drinks. It's not
the
good.
alcohol drinks him is what happens. He doesn't drink the alcohol.
it's not. Macho will be the first to admit, and Macho, your mic is live. Is that when you drink, you usually drink in excess, and it usually ends up not being good.
Yeah.
Rather something I not want to talk about. Editing bay. I'm in the editing bay, better known as bathroom 2, dropping off some boys at the pool. So we'll have Alex Stein on today in the 9 o'clock hour. Alex posted some stuff, one of which, this guy smoking at a Dallas Cowboys game, has gone super viral. This is other stuff that has gone somewhat viral, and he has this huge MAGA hat. I mean, it's obnoxious, and he wears it going through the airport. Was this on his Twitter?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Let me take their gas price is about to go down. Now you can fill up that tank.
Yeah, tariffs.
Hold on, let me see something.
Now you can fill up that tank.
Look at this girl. She's kind of look at that. She's look at that.
She is really she's ready to wants to just have sex with him and have him to only leave the hat on. I mean, she's ready.
Look at that. Hot. So that good-looking girl said MAGA, right, Lummy?
Yeah.
I love your hat. Thank you.
Now, Lummy, I think these are the same sunglasses that I have.
Are they?
Red, are these I think these are the same Ray-Bans that I have, but he got where I made a mistake. Red is I got the dark tinted ones, so I can't wear them at night. But he got the kind of the nerd Clark Kent looking ones. I think I might need to get those because you can't. It's not. You're not wearing sunglasses.
You were complaining that the last ones made you look too nerdy.
Well, I know.
Okay.
Thank you, dude.
But I don't mind looking like a nerd if I can just get it to work. What made me mad is when I was driving home from Tara's wearing them, it kept disconnecting. And it's my understanding that if the phone is right next to your glasses or just down down by your hip or something, that it won't it shouldn't disconnect, and you don't need Wi-Fi because it Bluetooths itself. Or do you need,
unless it's connected to your phone's towers and you're paying for coverage on it, it'll need Wi-Fi for live streaming. So he recorded these videos and then edited them together.
Oh,
so these were probably 3-minute chunks that he put together.
Okay.
He wasn't live on anything.
Okay. All right. So in order to go live from my Ray-Ban Boomer glass,
you got to be on Wi-Fi.
I got to be on Wi-Fi. Otherwise, I can record in 3-minute chunks.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
And you're right. You're right. See, here's another edit right here. So you're right, Red. I have a better understanding now.
You guys can go ahead if you want. Like your hat.
Thank you, brother. Okay, my seat's
yeah. Again, this is all 3-minute, 3-minute bursts.
Right there. So. Y'all ready to make America great again?
What a dick! And now hold on. So then he asks something, and she says, "Let's have a quiet flight," meaning which I think is a polite way of saying, "Don't talk to me." And I don't have a problem with her because
her look right there was enough.
Oh, it was priceless. Look.
Oh, y'all don't like Trump?
Got 2 hours and 32 minutes. Take off.
Nice quiet flight. He says you don't like Trump. She says nice quiet flight. Which, hey, listen, it's her. It's every. I think she handled that pretty classily.
Is this a pick your own seat deal, or did he?
No, I think this is where he was assigned.
Oh, okay.
Flight time out to Las Vegas.
He's scaring the children.
Today, it's about 64 degrees.
We're on the flight. Some people don't like the hat.
Yeah, you can see, Lummy, that he's got his Google,
yeah.
See, 'cause it has a little light there.
This guy didn't like to have it, guys. I'm going to put him on a blimp. You know, we love Donald Trump here. Future 47th, and don't forget he's the 45th president. Let's go.
That hat gets bigger each time I see it, and he said he spent $90 on it, and I will tell you that's probably the best $90 that he spent that's turned into content than you could spend $90 on.
Just a hat.
Yeah,
right?
just a hat. I mean, look at all the juice he's getting from it.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Now this is him going to the Dallas game.
Yes, and
We're
after,
outside
after
the
the
Dallas
game.
Cowboys Stadium after a tough loss, and we're asking the Cowboys fans if the Dallas Cowboys should fire head coach Mike McCarthy. Should the Cowboys fire the coach? I think so. Should the Cowboys fire the coach? Should the Cowboys fire Coach McCarthy? Yes, they should. Do you think the Cowboys should they fire the head coach? Yeah.
We need to do something about this. Seriously.
Should the Cowboys fire their coach? They should?
They should, totally.
Hey guys, should the Cowboys fire the coach? Yeah, get Deion Sanders.
Deion Sanders. Deion.
That kid had some swagger.
Yeah. Seth and Lummy will validate that I had a text exchange with Deion yesterday.
Yes, you did.
Yes.
I can't say anything about it. I can't.
You can just you can verify that.
It happened.
Yeah.
Cowboys, should they fire the head coach?
It's like Rob Gargiulo with a beard.
They should, 100%. Hey, y'all think the Cowboys should fire their head coach? Yes.
And by the way, man, there's not one so far. I think you've maybe asked 6, 7 people. Not one person has stuck up for McCarthy.
They seem slow to answer, though. I don't know. Maybe they're tired after the loss, or if they
stunned.
If they know that there's so many other things wrong with the team, and not just the coach.
Definitely. Should the Cowboys fire the coach? Yeah. What do you think? Should they fire the coach? Prime time is coming.
Prime time.
Yes. Prime time is coming. We're outside of the.
You know, and the more I think about it, well, this went super viral.
Oh, is this a smoking deal?
1.6 million views. And this is at Alex Stein 99 on Twitter /X.
He always ends up in the best spots.
He does. So he's up in like what looks to be Lummy.
Yeah, he's up top.
He's in the top row. Yeah. And said being a Cowboys fan is stressful. And watch this guy, he's smoking a cigarette. And why wouldn't somebody go tell an usher? Because smoking a cigarette is so obnoxious smelling. Like, I don't really mind somebody smoking a joint. Like, you know, I probably wouldn't want him smoking a joint around my kid. But
I've never been to Dallas, but I feel like cigarette smoke, piss, beer, cigar,
cowboy
weed.
boots.
I feel like it's all inclusive.
This guy, talk about no F's given.
Nope.
Like,
I mean, so they ban him for life. He's like, big deal. What am I missing out on?
I mean, Jerry Jones has so many other things to worry about than guys sitting in section 409, seat 12, smoking a heater. He looks like Ron Jeremy kind of, doesn't he?
That's the kind of guy that'll put out a cigarette on a kid's head.
Did he just chuck it?
It looks like he literally chucked it to the next level. Watch, Seth, watch.
No, he put it out. It looks like he put it out right in front of him and just threw it on the little ledge there.
Does it?
Yeah, he's got a little ledge with his phone in the middle of light. Hits it like a joint at the end. You know what I love about Texas is he won't even switch to a vape. He doesn't care. He wants the full experience.
Sure does.
And you know what? Cowboys fans deserve it at this point. If you're who knows how much you're paying for that ticket, and you have to watch that miserable team every week, I think you should be allowed to bring your own smokes in.
Yeah. Mass deportations will start right here in Chicago. Trump's border czar, of course, Tom Homan, said that he will prosecute Mayor Brandon Johnson if he continues to harbor and conceal asylum seekers. Now, if you remember, is it Eric? Who's the guy from New York? Eric
Adams.
Eric Adams is the African American mayor of New York and was really big on being an asylum or a safe city. what do they call them, asylum cities? Yeah, and he was really big on that. The city of New York, I don't know what their budget was or what they'd been given by the federal government to put to completely pack various formerly open to the public hotels with immigrants. And Chicago was really close right behind them. The only difference is Eric Adams, who now I guess, from Jay's information that we got yesterday, has been now federally indicted for something.
It was something with his election, his campaign.
Whatever. It seemed like the Democrats have turned on him.
Yeah.
So yesterday you saw Eric Adams, the mayor of New York, say that he is open to have a conversation with the border czar, Tom Homan, about getting the illegals, the bad illegals, out of New York. And he referenced Eric Adams, African-American mayor from New York. He referenced what I've been referencing all along, and that is, the policy that looks like is going to be put in place with regards to immigration with their new president and his new badass, hard-ass Tom Homan, who I think, has 35 years and doesn't he have 30? He has 30-plus years in Homeland Security, something like that.
Yeah.
And he's a real hard-ass. He does not care. And he says, and his policy, Trump's policy, really, quite frankly, is almost identical to Bill Clinton's, his wife Hillary's, and a two-time President Barack Obama. All three of those now, and I think everybody would. I think whether you're the reddest Republican there is, if you're to be completely honest. Those are the three absolutely most powerful remaining foundations of the Democratic Party. In fact, the Democratic Party, in my opinion, has gotten away from those, let's call it two, because Hillary was never a president. She was the Secretary of State. She never was the president, but she's a very smart person. And she was a very powerful person. She was a 2 or 3 time senator. She was a Secretary of State under Barack. And so she's, certainly. And so it seems like the Democratic Party has strayed away from what they felt and how they governed and how they scored and did things and enacted laws and things like that. And the Democratic Party has really gotten away from what they believed and turned into a weirdo party. And that is, we're going to fight for things that, I don't know, really matter. We're going to fight for transgender. Listen, transgender issues, for the most part, will never affect any of us. Even you show members, Lummy and Seth, who have children. Your chances are, little Walker's not going to get himself into a transgender situation at school. There might be 1 or 2 kids that are, trying to act like they're girls, or boys acting like they're girls, or girls are acting like they're boys. But for the most part, the school will probably have a policy that doesn't really cause that much havoc. And you don't need to make your entire party, center around that situation. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And instead, you should be centering around, what the Democratic Party stands for the most part, which is, I don't know, what, entitlements and more government? I don't know. At least liberal thinking, a little bit more liberal-minded when it comes to...
Just being liberal is just a mental illness, Bubba. You know what I'm saying?
No, but I mean, being liberal, in my opinion, is having a little bit more of an open... Listen, to me, being a Democrat and being liberal means this. And my answer isn't right. This is just my opinion. And most of my opinions are stupid. Just look at any hate forum, and they can tell you how stupid I am. Even though I've been in radio nearly 40 years and have been able to carve out a nice, successful career, even at my lowest point, and having no affiliates, I was able to carve out a living.
That's because you were slinging those paintings that you were doing in the trailer.
That's right. And another thing.
And huffing watercolors too.
Right. That's just what you know. You don't even know what you don't know. That's only the things that I made public, my friend. You don't even know what I was doing.
I don't know how you got through the tough times.
Right. Exactly. Could have been selling my soul.
Who knows what was going on back there?
Who knows what's going on back there?
Poor goats.
Thank God we got. Never mind. So anyway, this is my stupid high school education, dropping out of college, 109. I've been tested professionally, and my IQ's 109. Now that is right in the. I think it's a little above average, if you score it out. If you look at Alexa. Where do you rank with 109 IQ?
From geeksforgeeks.org. For example, if someone has an IQ between 90 and 109, they would fall in the 24th to 74th percentile range.
So it looks like I'm on the high end of the average range.
Yeah.
I think that you guys knowing me for however long, that's probably about right. I can legitimately. A lot of people say, "Oh, my IQ's 139, my IQ's 126." I had a verbal given by a professional psychiatrist IQ exam, and I was scoring. This wasn't something you took online. This wasn't something that you did on your own. It was administered by a doctor of psychology, and I scored 109, which means I'm above, just a little above. I'm on the high end of average. I'm not smart. I'm not a genius. I'm brilliant at some things. I'm brilliant at track prep.
Yes, you are.
I can run heavyish machinery pretty good. Not real good on the front end loader. I'm good on the grader. I'm good on the skid steer. I'm pretty damn good on an excavator. Here's my 2 weak points, on heavy equipment. I'm not good on a bulldozer, and I'm not good on a front end loader. But I know my strengths.
Oh.
So being liberal, by my 109 average IQ, is having a little bit more of an open window opinion about abortion, a little bit of gun control, and that's it. That's it. Because I don't think the liberals tend to give more entitlements out. They tend to be a little bit more open-minded on this trans stuff. And I'm open-minded on the trans stuff. Listen, you know what? You can be anything that you want. Mushroom Mitch, $20 in the PayPal. We realize it's the holiday season and it will be slow. So thank you. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App at the Bubba Army. So, but where I'm conservative is, when it comes to entitlements and just handing out money and immigration, and then energy. I think we should frack. I think we should drill. I'm not that concerned about the environment, especially lately, Lummy, as I've been watching Landman and I've done some other research. I didn't know that the windmills that everybody uses for clean energy actually have a bigger carbon footprint than a gasoline motor. It takes more oil and fossil fuels to make, deliver, and maintenance.
Was this on the show or is this real life?
No, this is real. I mean, Lummy, you could do an article about it. Windmills do not pay for themselves. Windmills cost. They are not clean. They're clean energy, but that takes more dirty energy to keep them going and maintenance than what they produce.
So you're saying
it's 100% an optic.
Carlos Clem, $20.
Thank you, Carlos, on the Cash App.
So you're saying a part of right wing right now is to hate windmills?
Not to hate windmills, but I mean part of a
You've got hostilities towards them.
Part of being a conservative and being the right wing is knowing that fossil fuels will probably be around as long as we are, and that we can't go all green. We don't have the infrastructure or the power grid or anything to go all green. And, sometimes all the greenness that the liberals would like us to go takes more takes more non-green energy to sustain green energy. If you know what I'm saying. Let me maybe look up the windmill deal.
I'm looking at it right now.
Didn't we have a phone call last week where a guy said, they only last 6 years and you got to rebuild them for $3.5 million, and they take 300 gallons of oil and grease to keep them maintained and blah blah blah. So, but where I do stand on the immigration issue is much like where Trump is, and let's not forget where Trump's immigration policy is currently is the same policy that Barack Obama and Bill Clinton had. Almost identical. Get the bad ones out, round up the good ones, make sure they're documented and are paying into the system, and make them learn English. Now, that make them learn English has since kind of somewhat dissipated. We just want to round up the bad ones, send them back, and sign up the good ones and let them work. I mean, you can almost be, I know there's a lot more working parts than that, but it almost could be that simple. Send home the bad ones and sign up the good ones. That's it. Well, anyway, looks like Tom Homan, the border czar, says that he will prosecute and arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson of Chicago if he does not comply with his mass deportation of illegal immigrants.
Brandon Johnson has come out and said he will not help him out.
Let me 843 Bubba, a Hall of Famer, $100, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. President-elect Donald Trump's hand-picked border czar said mass deportation efforts will start right here in Chicago as he threatened locals to open the city and its county jails to the will of the federal immigration agents. Tom Homan, the former acting director of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, addressed a friendly crowd of local Republicans Monday night at a Christmas party ran by the Law Order PAC at the whatever.
Are they going to start with the jails in each city?
I think they are. I mean, which I'm all for. I mean, that's where you start, is the jails. But would you not? I mean, regardless of what you identify, Seth, if just common sense would say, let's start there. These people have done things that have gotten them incarcerated. We don't need them.
Yeah, if they have stats that there's a lot of illegal immigrants that take up a portion of that jail, it's probably more concentrated in that area than it is. I don't know, say just going outside a Home Depot and seeing who's in front of there at 7 in the morning and trying to round them up.
I think that's the last round because I think those people that are standing at Home Depot will quickly get the message to either, maybe try to get signed up.
Do you think that a lot of this is going to be people just being afraid and not necessarily rounding up people and moving them out of here, but people being like, I'm afraid, I better get out of here before I do get yoked up?
I think so. I think there'll be a certain amount of people that either try to, go sign up, and get into the system correctly, or get the hell out of here. I really do. And is Homan saying that he will... Do not impede us, Homan. Yes. Do not impede us, Homan said after taking to the Trump-Vance 2024 flanked podium to a DJ remix of "Bad to the Bone." One person shouted "F him" about Johnson as the crowd erupted in support. Because of his actions, we're going to be arresting a hell of a lot more people than priorities, said Homan, telling Johnson and other Democratic officials to get the hell out of the way. He added that he'd sue sanctuary cities that don't cooperate with immigrations and customs enforcement. Can you see currently the city and the state have many protections in place to guard against federal deportation efforts? Well, how can the city?
Well, and they're not granting access to ICE agents for detainees inside Cook County Jail.
ICE agents are not granted, like Lemmy said, ICE agents are not granted access to the undocumented detainees inside Cook County Jail, and Cook County officials are not required to notify federal authorities when an undocumented detainee are in local custody. Illinois state law also prohibits renting jail beds to ICE. So they're saying that when the federal agents come to these lock up facilities that they're not going to, 1A, let them in, and B, cooperate? Now, doesn't federal always supersede local?
Bubba's Cankles, $100 flashlight fund for Seth.
What the hell?
For Hanukkah.
I mean, what I'm saying is like how do the ICE agents not have more authority to walk into a Cook County jail and demand a list of all undocumented criminals that are being detained there?
But they're going to give up whatever these people need to give up, whether it's the mayors, whether it's city officials, the sheriff, whatever. You know, they might be putting up a little resistance now, but when Tom Homan comes to town and he's ready to start ejecting people, I'm telling you, I mean, unless it's like L.A. or so, I don't see anybody stopping him whatsoever. I think they're going to let him do what he needs to do.
I sent you a news from News Nation about the Illinois or Chicago mayor, and
you said he was going to stand down, right, Lummy?
No, he's not.
He's not? Okay,
he said he's going to stand down.
I still feel like he will.
Just when you thought Lori Lightfoot couldn't get, like Chicago had that Lori Lightfoot chick.
Yeah, Beetlejuice,
who you just didn't think, you're like, listen, nobody.
She was a handsome woman.
Nobody could do worse than her. Remember, she was the one that was sticking up for Jussie Smollett and all that kind of deal.
Well,
remember?
He made a good case for about 9 hours, Bubba.
I still think that he's not been held to justice.
I think he's been shamed with everything. I think
he's in L.A. making movies. Hey,
he hasn't made a new movie yet.
Hey, Alexa, what's the status of Jussie Smollett?
Jussie Smollett is still alive. He is 41 years old.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. So I don't get too far behind, I'll play the article. Now, this article about the mayor of Chicago not standing up to and not backing down from Tom Homan, the new border czar, that he will not cooperate with him.
Yeah, and the immigration problem in Chicago, the problem.
We'll do that next.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
He was supposed to do like 6 months, and then the prosecuting attorney came in and got him out, and that's what.
Well, the Illinois Supreme Court overturned it, so he's got no conviction. No conviction on any of that. I ammed it to you.
Okay, thank you.
God bless you, man. You're such a hard worker.
Who?
You.
Why?
Because I get little excitements in my pants when I see you working on those buttons so hard.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Didn't Lori Lightfoot also go with the first pitch at a White Sox game?
Stop talking shit about Lori Lightfoot, man. She's got sexual needs just like the rest of us.
She didn't know where to throw the ball, where she was looking.
Oh man. I think I might need to come in at 6 the rest of the week.
6 to the dot?
Yeah, what do you think about that, boss man? Your boss man, Lenny. Can you approve that?
Yeah, I'm probably not going to be able to approve that one.
Why not? Well, what are you actually going to do if I just show up at 6? Am I going to be reprimanded? Will I get written up? I mean, or is nothing going to happen like I feel?
I'm going to have to write you up.
How many write-ups until I'm out of here?
62.
You had written up 57 times. If you fuck up 5 more times, you gotta go.
What's up, King Rog? Yeah, I think it's in Indiana. FJ Bar.
And I'm proud to be an American.
Not that much though, Mark, bitch. What's up, Ellen? Close. Pawn needs a little bit more than a few drops. What's up, XXL Gaming?
Bloomy.
Yes, sir.
I found this outside. I believe it's sent to us from one of your close and personal mentors. It was just out by the recycling bin.
It's for Bubba too. What that is, Seth. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. I feel good. The temperature's gonna drop tonight.
Is it gonna get cold tonight?
Yes, sir. After this little rain, we're gonna get. I think it's gonna be in the 40s.
Good, I can keep my window open tonight.
The next 2 days. Yeah, tonight it should drop to 49.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army store, BubbaArmyShop.com. The merch crick has restocked a lot of the merch that we were running low on. I just saw a whole bunch of regular standard Bubba Army t-shirts that she got. I think there's backpacks and straw hats and tactical bags and we're expecting, Lummy, volume 25 of Alpha.
Oh, can't wait.
To be out, and we're gonna make the Alpha perfume, the Bubba Army inspired Alpha, or the Bubba Clem inspired Alpha perfume. We're gonna do it as a holiday thing every year. So I think last year we did the Alpha volume 24, like maybe May, June kind of deal. And now that I found the manufacturer, so this actually might have been 2 fragrances in 1 year, but we're only going to be 1, and that will come during the holidays. So, we're going to try to plan that so that the Alpha is always available during the holidays for your hard-to-get Bubba Army hardcore guys that...
It's exciting who want to smell good in the new year. That's their New Year's resolution, is to smell good, and you're there.
Here's some volume 24 right here. Let me. I think this was a test. Oh, yeah. It smells
so good.
Sometimes I smell... Oh, jeez.
I was so mad. My bottle dropped out of my truck
and it
the
broke.
other day. Yeah.
You're kidding me.
You didn't throw it out because you were dying of the
Heck
smell?
No, I had it in my truck because I
Let me tell
love
you
putting it
something,
on.
man. The smell... I smell myself. Sometimes I'll be just hanging out, doing some work, and I kind of get a sniff of myself, and I got my volume. I'm like, man, do I smell good? God, I smell good.
That's how I used to feel when I wore Curve.
Yeah, well, you don't wear anything now. You just
No, I don't. I read a lot.
You don't even wear deodorant.
Yeah, I do.
$20.
I wear deodorant. It's natural. It's aluminum free, and it actually smells good. No, it's another brand. I'm not even going to tell you guys about it. I'm going to keep it for myself. But my pits smell good for possibly 48 straight hours without being cleansed.
Do you shave your pits?
No, Bubba, I would have to. My whole entire body is connected by hair. I would have to shave everything.
You probably are one of the hairiest people I've ever seen.
I'm very hairy. Yeah, I get Phoebe to trim my back with a trimmer when I want to feel kind of sleek. But it's there's no point in really shaving anything on my body.
You're pretty hairy as well, are you not?
Yes, sir.
Right. I'm not that hairy.
Yeah, but you shave your arms and your legs, man. It's weird. I brushed arms up against you on the way home from the content house, and man, it's odd.
Prickly?
I mean, it's not even like a girl's arm. It's just like
it's an aerodynamic thing.
It's
right.
It's
you put them in a wind tunnel.
Put me in a wind tunnel. I'm as slick as an F1.
It's like
an F1 as a Red Bull team on an F1 Willie.
To be honest,
they don't get it.
It's like your arm is transitioning, Bubba. So it's like I don't really know how to treat it.
Just to me,
I don't know if I like stroke it or if I knock it away from me. You know,
is it soft?
Yeah. Well, halfway.
Oh.
When you didn't feel the prickly parts.
Here's the deal. I shave my arms and my chest and my armpits and my pubis region usually on Sundays.
Oh, great.
So if you I'm a little grown out right now. I'll whack it tonight. And I'm talking about that. Just you take I get those women Venus shavers that have like the soap on either like a self-lubricating soap, and I think clean shaven looks better, it feels better than just a guy that looks like Sasquatch. You don't shave your arms, do you?
No, I do not. I used to.
And what I mean, are they? They're probably very Sasquatchy.
Yes, they are.
Are they not?
Yes, they are.
Seth, I know your arms are very Sasquatchy.
Yeah, I don't think I don't know. I know probably like maybe
everybody stick your arms up. I mean, I think mine.
Do the Chador. I know probably a lot.
Do the Chador.
I know a lot of people. It's probably not their favorite thing. Maybe younger girls, younger women, but I feel like most women. I don't want to say most, but I feel like a good portion of them do feel like body hair on a man is acceptable.
Well, I mean, a lot of women also appreciate that you don't have a big mound of pubis and that your arms are clean shaved. You don't have anything underneath your armpits and that your chest is shaved.
Bubba, I've been with 4 chicks in my day. No one's ever said anything about my arms, okay?
All right. Well, I've been with, 4,000 and they all seem to
I got quality over here.
Right. Oh, you're going to try to tell me that your hottest chick can even rate to my hottest chick? You want to get into a chick off?
I don't, Bubba. I really don't. I don't. I was just making a joke about the small number of women. I wasn't looking to get into it.
And this all started from your antiperspirant that you wear.
Well,
all this started.
My it's strong, and I think that you guys are clearly upset that I've found.
I wear a women's secret. I wear women's secret.
Okay.
So
women's secret is actually really good.
I love women's secret.
I stole Ashley's.
Do they still make band roll-on at all? Or?
I don't. Yeah, probably.
Well, because my parents used to have that. I used to kind of use that. I used to kind of feel good when I didn't have any hair under my arms.
But I bet you the hair underneath your arms is massive.
Oh, it's a problem. Yeah. It's what
I haven't shaved my armpits for a couple weeks, and they're about ready. Probably, I'm thinking. I don't know.
I'm sure the Merge Crick loves your natural musky smell, though.
I mean, I don't have really much.
No, that's impressive. You're like a wrestler.
And they do have band roll on. You can buy that at Walmart.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Probably buy a truckload of it.
Well, I'm good. It probably has aluminum in it, which I'm not looking for right now at this point in my life.
Between so-called sanctuary cities and the incoming Trump administration heating up right here in...
I'll tell you this right now, whether you're Republican or Democrat, this is going to get interesting. At least for us people that cover the news, and don't you think, Seth, you would at least agree? Well, however this shakes out, it's going to get interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to go in there and start yoking people out, but I don't think there's going to be as much resistance from political parties as maybe they're leading us to believe.
Mushroom Mitch, let me another 100.
Oh, thank you.
So you think that this is preliminarily
like
all
these
talk from the Democrats saying, "Oh yeah, come in here. We're not backing down a notch." And when Tom Homan and the boys come in there and start, putting people in handcuffs, that things change quickly.
Right. I'm not that passionate about having, undocumented illegal immigrants in my state and my cities. That I would willing to go to jail for that. That's not me.
Chicago. Now, on the campaign trail, Donald Trump promised mass deportations of millions of undocumented migrants. He promised to close the southern border with Mexico and to end birthright citizenship. He's also threatened to withhold funding from sanctuary states. Now, Chicago's mayor vows the city will continue to shield all migrants in spite of Trump's threats.
The incoming administration is not just a threat to Chicago, but a threat to what is sensible about this.
Listen, I lived in Chicago. Seth's family, Seth was too young to remember, but his mom and dad certainly have, they lived in Chicago as adults. I lived in Chicago as adults.
My
Chicago,
dad's family grew up in Chicago.
Right, and Chicago used to be full of a bunch of hard-working, blue-collared, men and women. That's what the fabric of Chicago. Black, white. It was just hard-working, good families. There were pockets of affluence, of richness, but for the most part, Chicago was a safe,
clean New York.
It was basically, even back then, it was a cleaner version of New York. And through the series of mayors, I don't know, starting with maybe Holder, I don't know, it's turned into like San Francisco. I think Chicago might be the murder capital of America with regards to how many shootings, most of them black on black, every weekend or the monthly. I think Chicago leads in that, and it's just like it's completely flipped as to what Chicago. Our friend from Maryland, Jennifer Henderson Lummy, on the PayPal. Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate it. A new listener out of Maryland. Her husband is a big time Bubba Army, and she finally gave in. $10 for Seth's deodorant fund.
Thank you.
So
it's about what it cost.
But so I don't know, through a series of very, very, very extreme left radical liberals, Chicago has now become like a mini San Francisco, and it's not your Chicago. It's not my Chicago that I grew up. It's not Elise and Larry's Chicago.
Well, you might be saying it's as liberal, but I mean, there's not like homeless people draped all over the streets and everything like that, like there were in L.A. and San Francisco like that.
No, but as far as just like, and it's through leadership. Your city adjusts according to your leadership, and Chicago never had the problems that it's having today under other leader. I think it was Robert or Richard Daley, a long time one of the most popular Chicago mayors of all time.
Neil Malplaisir, $10
ran a much stricter Chicago than Lori Lightfoot, Beetlejuice, and now this guy.
This country. And as mayor of the city of Chicago, we're not going to bend or break or cower to someone's threat. We're going to stand up and unite around our shared values, and they have my assurance that I'm going to protect the families of this city.
All right, so since
protecting the families of this city doesn't mean letting illegal immigrants get a free ride and filling hotels up full of people that are not Chicagoans. People of Chicago, people that legitimately are that live in Chicago and call Chicago home, they need help. They need help, not people not from Chicago. Chicago migrants.
Late 2022, more than 51 million migrants have come into Chicago, and the city has spent more than $574 million to house, feed.
I don't think she said that correctly.
Yeah, she said 51
million. I think she meant 51,000. So there's been 51,000 migrants, and they've spent $500 million on it.
Come into Chicago, and the city has spent more than $574 million to house, feed.
So let me just say, if you take the $574 million as Chicago, you in turn give it to the people in need of Chicago, or give it to have more police officers so that we can better patrol our streets so that we aren't the murder capital of America. Just take that 574 and invest it back into Chicago. And the Chicagoan, is it the Chicagoans? I forgot how you say it.
Yeah, Chicagoan.
The Chicagoans, the people of Chicago. You take the 574 and you fold it back into your police force. You fold it back into your homeless deal. You fold it back into people that need it, that are from Chicago.
And care for them.
Not that are from Venezuela or Haiti or Mexico or wherever.
So joining me now is Chicago journalist and host of the Chicago Files, William J. Kelly. William, thank you so much for your time on this. So we heard from Mayor Brandon Johnson there. How much power does Chicago's mayor really have if it does come down to a local versus federal?
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
Standoff.
Chicago's a sanctuary city, but that doesn't mean that the federal government cannot send in ICE agents to remove illegal aliens, especially if they've committed crimes. They just won't have the...
To me, that's easy picking. Going throughout various sanctuary hotels and on the streets, and trying to find these illegal aliens that are not incarcerated, it seems like a lot of work compared to rolling up to the jail and let me go into the head of the jail or the mayor and say, I need a manifest, a manifest or a roster of all of your illegal immigrants that are incarcerated in this facility, that are not Americans, that are immigrants or illegal immigrants. I need that. Okay, here you go. Well, I need you to gather all those up for me because we're putting them on this bus, shackled. Because they're criminals.
Yeah, they're in jail.
And we're gonna, that seems like shooting fish out of a barrel to me. That's the first thing. That's the first place you pull up with your fortified transportation bus, and your ICE agents with guns and handcuffs. And that's the first place you pull up.
Assistance.
I might have, 600 in just this one facility. Let's get them out of here.
Of Chicago police officers.
But here's the problem you have. A lot of the correctional facilities that are in Chicago, Florida, doesn't matter, are privatized. They're not ran by the city or the local government. Instead, these privatized, people that run prisons have been granted a contract by the state, and so they need these criminals in jail to be able to make a profit. You know what I'm saying? They charge the state X amount of dollars for X amount of, for each prisoner, it costs the state X amount of dollars for these private prison or private jail vendors to be able to run. So all of a sudden now, if the feds are coming up and taking a third of your population, big business and big prison, if you will, big jail is going to be flipping out, because incarceration of people is big business, especially not when the state runs it, but when the state has subsidized it and sold their soul to a private jail facility company. The state got that money, Lummy. The jail said, hey, we're going to give you, 300, 50 million a facility or whatever. So the state feels as if we got to keep these people in jail, or these guys could potentially say that we've defaulted on our contract and they lose that big jail money.
The people of Chicago that I'm talking to, including Black and Brown people, communities, say that they feel that we've been generous enough with illegal aliens, that they feel that they've suffered as a result. And they're hoping that Donald Trump will, in fact, reverse Chicago's sanctuary city status, and that Chicago's days as a sanctuary city are coming to an end.
Yeah, and William, as you pointed out there, I mean, being here in the city, there really are so many opinions on this topic. Now, we know that Trump's pick for...
Now, what would be the opposing opinion? I'm asking everybody, Seth, Rhett, whoever, what's the opposing opinion as to why you would want to keep this democratic system in place? What do
you mean about not having people pulled out?
Yeah, like keeping illegal immigrants in prison. Like, I'm not talking about illegal immigrants that got jobs, that are living amongst us, that are doing well, that aren't causing problems. I'm talking about the ones that are incarcerated for a reason. What's the opposing? I'm open-minded. I want to know.
Oh, part of it could be about breaking families apart. I don't know if that's necessarily about, guys being in jail or if that's about, when people start getting, booted out, if it's going to be, everybody's going to be together. I have no idea. I think everybody's probably imagining, worst case scenario.
But see, what I'm trying to say is like, okay, I have a strong opinion that these are bad people. They're not Americans. They're illegal immigrants. They've done something to get themselves incarcerated into jail or prison. So they are the first people. If we're going to get people out of our country that are not, illegal immigrants, this is absolutely ground zero with who you go get. What do the people that don't believe in my opinion say? Like what would be the argument to my opinion? Why should we not go get these people? Even if you are allowing illegal immigrants to go ahead and blend into our country, to sign up and be, even if you're not that hard on deportation of ones that aren't in jail, but the ones in jail fundamentally have got to go. I don't know what the argument against me would be, because I'm all ears. I'd love to hear it. Well, Bubba, they deserve to be in jail and they deserve to. I don't understand. I just don't understand how we can't come to common ground on that. Maybe you're Democratic and you're like, listen, we are a country that's made up of immigrants. At one time, your family, Bubba, was an immigrant, and you're right. And we are a nation that's been made up of immigrants. And immigration is important to our country in a lot of different ways, but not for those that have caused problems and are in jail. I think we could all agree, even if you're the most staunchest Democrat. I mean, I think you would say, listen, I'm all for sanctuary cities. I'm all for giving these immigrants an opportunity to be part of the fabric of the USA. But I agree with you, Bubba. We don't need the bad guys, the bad immigrants that have already done something enough to get themselves incarcerated. Send them back. I think that's a no-brainer.
Borders are, Tom Homan has said that he would recommend that federal funds be stripped from cities that don't assist with those federal immigration agents. If that happens, William, what could it mean for a sanctuary city like Chicago?
Well, as you probably know, Chicago's already a billion or more in debt. Mayor Johnson is getting pushed back at a special city council meeting today.
So if your city is $1 billion in debt, and of which you've spent $572 million on immigration programs, wouldn't one be able to deduct that if you didn't have a $572 million immigration policy, that you'd only be $500,000 in debt? I'm just asking. Again, I only scored above average on my IQ gimmick.
On his proposed $300 million property tax increase, which is...
Oh, that's great. That's great. So we're $1 billion in debt. We spend $572 million on immigrants. And you know what? The people of Chicago, the people that have absolutely roots and have born and raised, the people that used to root for Walter Payton, the fine people of Chicago that are Americans, and more importantly, Chicagoans, those people are now facing are being penalized for being property owners. There's no better way to set roots into your community than owning a property or owning a home or starting a business. And you're going to penalize those people to the tune of $300 million in additional property taxes so that you can try to shore up your $1 billion debt. That sucks. Man. Those are the people, the $300 million in proposed property tax. Those are the people that are true Chicagoans. Those are the true people. You need to be kissing their ass. You need to be giving them a tax break because you've set roots down and you own a home and properties in our fine city. We're going to give you a tax break.
I called it out essentially as a migrant tax because that's about the exact number to the penny that he's paid out to just one of the migrant vendors.
Migrant vendors.
Oh,
that's
how do you get into that business?
So, yeah, Seth. Let's have a talk today about all of us getting into this new company called Bubba's Migrant Vendor, okay?
I already bought 6 old school buses, so...
Lummy, can you go down to Home Depot and we can round them up?
Oh, yeah, there's a ton of them.
And then we go to the city and we're like, hey, listen, how much do we get per migrant?
There we go.
Like, hey, we give you $82 a day to house this migrant. Please, Lummy, we'll be buying crack houses up like you wouldn't believe, putting them in migrants.
We would be. Yep.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show has officially come to an end. We're not even having BARP this year because we're getting into the migration business. We're turning the studios. I mean, I bet you, Seth, if we put up bunk beds clear to the top of the ceiling here, tore out all this broadcasting nonsense, tore out the stage, tore out the shower, tore out everything, took all the gym equipment out of here, completely gutted upstairs.
We want our migrants to be strong, don't we?
Well, no, we want we're getting $82 a day bed space. We can put 3 bangers like bunk beds.
So are we developing migrants to be illegal members of society, or are we feeding them, building them up so we can turn them in?
No, we're just holding them.
Okay.
Because if you're a migrant vendor, they give you X amount of dollars a day to have them.
Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, Lummy, I'm thinking we could put
put a good amount in
remember
here.
Nikki's merch trailer out back?
We could put 6 in there.
Bed 6.
Yeah.
We could put 60 in there.
Oh, okay. We're really stacking them in.
We have bunk beds that are 4 high.
Okay, perfect.
Think about how many bunk beds
in here.
The ceiling's 22 foot in here.
Yeah, give them a ladder to get to the bed.
Sorry, migrant, but you know what? You got to get a ladder to get to your bunk. Next thing you know, we got 400 migrants in this facility, Lummy, at 92 a day. We're millionaires. Absolutely millionaires.
Yeah, looks
Bubba
like
Radio Network has ceased all operations as we've turned our warehouse into a migrant housing facility.
Now,
yeah, it looks like in Massachusetts they're paying companies $104 a day to feed and give them shelter.
I mean, listen, and Seth, we can. You get 104 a day, Lummy.
Yeah, that's in Massachusetts.
Let's say I bet you we honest to God.
I mean, if we got a sponsor for bunk beds and somebody flipped us 40 bunks,
Big Red will make bunk beds out of 2x4s.
I mean, it's all profit.
Yeah. So let me. What is it? You said how much?
It was 104 in Massachusetts.
104, and let's say we can get 200 people in here, okay?
Yep.
That's 20,000 a day times 7 is times 4.2. That's 611,000 a month. And I'll keep them. I'll give you 15%.
Perfect.
And I'll give Seth 15 times 0.15. Seth, that would be you would make $91,000 a month.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
I could make that work.
And Seth, you know what? We can put your podcast because you still want a podcast. We could actually make them have to do podcasts with us. You could, do podcasts
well,
with
the language barrier really kind of cuts down on the energy. But if there is a English-speaking person that has quite the story.
Lummy, me and Tom Bean need to get temporary trailers at Bubba Raceway Park.
There you go.
That's 51 acres.
Like the FEMA trailers.
FEMA trailers, and stack them deep and cheap.
Oh, it looks like in Florida, you could get up to $63 on a migrant.
63.
Oh, thanks to Santis.
Yeah. Let's say I got. I could probably put 300 on there. That's $18,900 a day times 7 times 4.2. That's That's $500,000 a month.
Jeez.
Times 12. That's $7 million a year. Now, God dang it, I don't care how well attended the Winter Nationals this January and February is. I mean, we're not going to make $7 million a year.
Oh, it'd be sold out. All the migrants would be watching the races.
No, I'm bulldozing the entire track so I can put more FEMA trailers. There's not even going to be a track.
Dude, if we do that and get you a meme coin, I mean, God, we got generational wealth.
Hawk 2's got a coin, but I mean, think about if you had a Bubba Army crypto.
Bubba the migrant developer.
In Chicago and some of
you know what? I was often thinking maybe we should do a Bubba Army crypto, but don't do it.
Oh boy.
Hold on. But do it completely above board, meaning you get with the people that do this and you're saying, I don't want any admin fees, I don't want any tic-tac fees. All the people that own the coin and the managers of the coin have to hold it for at least a year. All the things that people do wrong while having their own crypto coin. Like you get into all the problems that Hawk 2 got into, and you don't do that.
Yeah,
you do it. Like Dogecoin and all these Ethereum and the coins that did it right. You know what I'm saying? The coins that are still being traded in good faith. You get with those people, and you start a Bubba Army crypto. I mean, I wonder. Do you think we could do it, or would people think that's I'm finally done with Bubba when listen? He can sell the backpacks. He can sell the new app. He can sell the. You got to spend $2,400 to make it to BARP. He can do all that. I'm fine with all of that, and the grift. I'm fine with that grift because he still comes in every day and tries to do a pretty damn good show with limited resources, but. I got to draw the line at supporting Bubba when he comes up with his own cryptocurrency.
I mean, I know that I would have to leave the show.
Phoebe would demand it.
I mean, she's already demanding it, but this would put it over the edge.
Does she really hate me?
No.
I heard actually that she liked me.
You did. You heard that.
I heard that she likes me. She really likes me. That's what I heard.
What I mean,
what did you hear?
Yeah, what did you hear, Seth?
What did you hear about the way What did you hear about the way your wife feels about me?
She likes you.
There you go. See?
Yeah.
Let me all indicate. What about Ash?
Oh yeah, she loves you.
Rhett, be honest. I know you're stiff to me sometimes. Get a little zing. How about your girl? Has she got a problem with me, or am I okay with her?
No, she's fine.
Okay. She's fine. That's like it's like when you ask your girl if she's mad at you. I'm fine. Oh. Which means I am not fine. Anytime your girl comes back with I'm fine, you're up shiz Chris.
Yep.
Not to mention all the other.
Thank God Dan's not here because Romina hates my guts more than anything in the world.
We know. Yeah,
she hates me more than anything in the world.
I mean, yeah.
Migrant vendors. So this is
migrant. Lummy, can you look up how to become a migrant vendor?
Yes.
Just look that up for real. Like for real. And report back to me what we need to do.
All right.
If Mayor Johnson thinks that he's going to push back on Donald Trump's,
I would love to see one of these mayors handcuffed and in the back of a squad car.
Historic mandate to close the border and secure cities like Chicago. I think he's going to find out that that's not going to work out, and very well for him.
And William, there's still so many questions over, how this mass deportation would work.
There's Chicago for you.
What it would.
How does mass deportation work? Here's how it works. First, we go get the criminals that can't go anywhere. Like, the ones that are staying at the Holiday Inn Express and the Roosevelt Hotel. I mean, they're a little slippery.
Yep.
They may know when the bus is coming and they slip out. But the ones that are in the Cook County Jail, that's easy. Please, that's as easy as catching a bluegill in the back of our pond. Did we ever get the second bubbler to work, or is it still down?
I got it working.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's working.
Of course you did.
But even
hey, Lummy, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Could you maybe tighten up the area where the cream machine used to be, just with a quick little lawnmower action?
We're already done.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, got done. Average show. I had them come out Monday.
I love you.
Got it all done.
I did new pavement out front too for you.
You what?
I did new pavers.
He painted it.
Did new pavers.
Oh, pavers.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I mean, I do work outside too, man. If you don't notice it, it's all good. I'm just saying, like, Lemmy does a lot of the yard work, and then I do a lot of the pavement stuff.
He fixed all the potholes.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Would you go to Home Depot and buy some of that, liquid asphalt, and then went in there and?
Yeah, I got some stuff on Amazon.
I got to tell you, I don't know that I've said it enough. We got to get a hold of Bob Cook and get see if we got any of the gray.
Oh yeah, that paint.
And because Big Red, I don't know that I've thanked him enough, but Big Red, thank you so much. I think Bob Cook was able to find the same type of siding that we have here. If you were to rewind 2 years ago, Nash was here on a Bubba 199. He had this chick that he was kind of dating. She was really, really mean and big and strong. She was like former Marine or something. Ooh. And him and her got in a little bit of a fight, and she said, I'm out of here. And she floored her. She, gassed up her Jeep, and she didn't quite. Like Lummy, when you park on the side of the building, you got to be mindful that there's building, like you
there's
can't.
There's a big building right behind you?
There's a big building right behind you.
Yeah.
And she just gassed it up until her car stopped, which was the side of my building. And it's been the infamous Nash crash for 2 years. And Big Bob Cook found the material, and Big Red installed it. And I am so thankful, Big Red. Just another great thing that Big Red goes. Gene Lasker may not like you, Big Red, but he's the only person in the Bubba Army that doesn't appreciate your skill set and what you do for us. Thank you so much, Big Red.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, but I think you might appreciate the skill set, not the price point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you mean with Gene?
Yes, I'm saying. I don't.
Gene was out of hand in that situation.
Well, I mean, somebody came in and quoted Gene like $40, and then everything from there.
Gene actually got out of character for a moment and texted me, and he goes, "Did I get a little carried away today with Big Red?" And I go, "Maybe." He goes, "I'll text him."
Oh, really?
Yeah. He felt bad. I guess when he got home, his wife Sarah. Who, I mean, I wouldn't say runs the show, but
Sarah listens.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I guess that Gene got a little bit got lit up a little bit by Sarah.
Really?
Yeah, I guess so. That's the only person that Gene will not back will back down to is Sarah. So I think
does Sarah ever have any problem with Gene, importing homeless people to sleep on land that he wants to eventually buy to run the owners off?
No.
Okay.
She has 99% no problem with Gene, but when he gets a little out of hand about calling out Big Red, who she had an issue with that.
Okay,
Trump
I
does
get
fail
that.
to fully enforce some of his campaign promises. What could the
I'll tell you what you do. You roll up to the jails and you grab all those scumbags first and you send them back. That's phase one. That's going to take a year. Phase two is while you're doing phase one, Lummy, you're trying to sign up these immigrants that want to stay and want to work, but not below the table and pay into the system, and you sign them up and they, go through the court system trying to, seek asylum for whatever reason and see if they can become citizens of America. That's phase two. Phase three is then those of phase two that don't make it, you ship them back.
Phase 4, we find out if you can do OnlyFans or not.
Yeah. Phase 4 is the government actually has an OnlyFans account, and they hook up X amount of, hot Guatemalan chicks.
So you can stay.
Right. Scout and Big Gulp. Love you, Sarah. 25 on the PayPal. Love you, Sarah.
Threat of it happening.
So it looks like I am looking up the dormitory for illegals, who we could house them.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez.
Well, I mean, what?
So if we have double bunk beds, you have to at least give them a 40 square feet per bunk
person.
Bed. Yes, per bunk bed.
All right. So basically, it's 40 square feet per person.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So I think this building is about 8,500 square feet. Okay.
Okay.
So if you were to do 8,500 square feet divided by 40, that means legally we could put 212 people in this building.
Let's do it.
Okay, now what's Tampa paying? What's Tampa
Well, this would now we're getting into where we would deal with the federal government. We would have to apply through.
We have to pay taxes on this?
I don't know. Probably, but who? And when you're making that much money,
are you going to pitch this to Tom Bean, Bubba?
Yes, immediately.
We register with the U.S. Department of Labor, and
And did you say up to $90 a day or something like that?
Florida was $63.
$63 a day. Okay,
Yes.
so we know our hard number at 212. 63 a day. Multiply that times 7 times 4.2 times 12, and that's $4.7 million a year.
What if we did a Voyeur dorm deal with it too, and kind of hooked up a camera like a content house?
Sure, there you go.
Oh, and there's a kitchen here, so I mean you're approved right there.
We got a kitchen.
Yep.
Multiple. Oh yeah.
Would you really have to get rid of the? Would you really have to get rid of the gym, or would they be able to work out? And
well, here's the deal: you want the gym in there, or do you want the square footage that the gym represents, so that we can get
Well, I don't want to pump out wussy migrants. I want migrants with big calves.
You want money, or you want migrants with big calves? Which one do you want?
I want both, Bubba.
Money.
I don't know. I'll have to get back to you.
Money.
That's a tough decision.
For the immigrant population, both legal and illegal.
Well, I think that we are living in some kind of an historic time. If you study history, you will see that there have been mass deportations.
Here we go. ICE deportations by the year. All right, Barack Obama in 2016 sent 240 back. This right here lays it right on out. Donald Trump in his first year sent back about what Barack did, 267, then was a little bit light in 2020 at 185.
That was during COVID.
And so there's that. That's pretty much on par with Barack. And then Joe only sends back 59,000 in 21 and 142,000 in 2023. It would be interesting to see the graph as to how many came in. Under Barack, Donald, and Joe.
Well, this was done before. No mayors went to jail before. No mayors were protesting this when they were.
No mayors stood up to the president, though.
Well,
no mayors ever challenged the president and say, "Come on, buddy, come get some of this."
When Homan shows up, Bubba, I don't know how this is going to go down. I'm sure some of it's going to, end up looking like Cops, and it'll end up playing out like a TV show. And Tom Homan is, the character that everybody loves. But if he comes to town and it's your city's day for him to go through and see who he needs to, get out of there, I'm telling you, I don't think anybody's going to stand in the way.
I don't either.
Other times in history,
it's easy to talk tough until the boys are at your front door.
Right.
Including the United States history. Eisenhower had, I think, the most, at least up until now, the greatest mass deportation in American history. So
here's what I don't understand. Here are people coming from Mexico into America. They've found a breach in the razor wire, and there's an agent right here, Lummy, that's just letting them come in.
Yep.
So this is definitely something that's doable if you.
And what they've done is they've taken backpacks and blankets and coats, and they've mashed down the razor wire, and now everybody just walks on through, and there's an agent right here, an actual agent. It's almost saying, hey, let me help you. Let me help you get in here.
Have a federal government, a president, and the ICE agents that are eager and willing to do it, which it appears as though that is exactly what we have in Washington now.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation.
Let me joinnn.com.
On it
is where you go. When I come back, Caitlyn Clark. Is she the time? Was she the time athlete of the year or the time person of the year?
Athlete.
Time athlete of the year. There are now some people saying the only reason she got that is because of white privilege. She addresses that very, very, very in a classy way. I love this chick. I love everything she represents. We also let me have an article that Jesse Smollett is now a free man and an innocent man because all of his charges were overturned by the Illinois Supreme Court. So you can fake a racial crime, pay two Jamaican dudes to somewhat beat you up, lie to the cops, and get away with it. That's okay. What if it was a white guy that said two African Americans beating him up and called him a cracker and a honker? What happens then?
Yep.
That guy's still in jail.
Yep.
We'll get to that too.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
So, Lummy.
Yes, sir.
Larry Fitzgerald's dad tweeted that Randy Moss has liver cancer.
Oh, jeez.
And then Randy Moss's son replies, "This is disgusting. You have no right to make private matters public for the sake of engagement. I do not believe my father talks to you, so check your fucking sources." So do you think he doesn't have, I mean, do you think he has cancer?
To me, man, coming out that strong makes it feel as if he does.
Yeah.
But he goes, check your fucking sources.
I know, but...
Yeah, but I think he's just saying that to make people question.
And I feel I'm horrible. I mean, Randy Moss is fucking one of the greatest of all time.
You know what happened?
And never got in trouble, never was
Well, he had a couple incidents. But
Did he?
Yeah,
Oh, that's right.
Right our parking.
With that catering thing, remember?
Yeah. But
never like Antonio Brown type shit.
No, not really. But Bubba, he was doing the ESPN show, and a bunch of people wrote in about like his eyes look yellow.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess he went and got checked out, and nobody. Then we heard he was sick. I don't know what it is, if it is that, but. Man. And I get not wanting that info out there, man. I wonder if Randy wasn't feeling well, if his eyes were extra yellow that day. I mean, he's just 45, man. My friend had liver cancer and died at 23, so this fucking blows.
Was he a drinker or he just got it?
No, it wasn't anything. He didn't drink at all.
He just got it.
Yeah.
That would actually be my last season, whether I was deciding to come back since 2016. There's just a lot to be proud of.
Yeah. 10-4 over and out. I think it's just going to be us gals again tomorrow. No baby face.
You got a cruise again?
I think the title's coming in tomorrow.
Babyface is on a work trip with his wife.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
813-90 Bubba. I haven't really promoted the phone lines in a long time, so maybe we'll get a few.
There you go.
Caitlyn Clark. And I got to tell you, man, you know, she's kind of cute. I know that when she plays, she looks pretty plain Jane. Just a ponytail, no makeup, or very little. But when she tries and she kind of wears a cute outfit, puts a little bit of makeup on, she's quite attractive in a plain Jane kind of Midwestern type of deal.
Yeah, she's cute. Her athletic prowess, I think, makes her more attractive.
Agreed.
That's what a lesbian told me, so now I say that a lot.
Really?
Yes.
Caitlyn Clark is Times Athlete of the Year. Time Magazine's Athlete of the Year. Here is the picture. A very, very cute one.
It's a 35-minute read. I went to go check it out yesterday. I had to just go.
Is it really that long?
Yeah. Well, I read. God, they ask her about everything, but I saw some stuff start to leak out about her and Taylor Swift hanging out. So I skipped to that part real quick.
Caitlyn Clark says she has, and there's been some people now, because nobody can just be happy for anybody, especially if you're white. Everybody always wants to throw the white privilege. Did Larry Bird win anything because of white privilege? Did, Tony Stewart ever win anything because of white privilege? Did anybody athletically win anything? Now we're talking.
Well, I think it's about getting chances, getting recognition, being put in a position to where maybe she's bumped up a little bit higher than others. Maybe it's because of her greatness. You know, she thinks that a little bit has to do with her being white, but she did say that she would like to think that it is all the hard work that she's put into it.
But do they ever question this when it's not a white person?
Do they question white privilege?
No. Do they question your award and why you won it based on your ethnicity other than if you're white? Do they say, well, the reason why there's just I don't even know what you could come up with, which means you shouldn't be able to come up with the white privilege thing either.
Well,
if a black player won it, what are you going to say? You can't say anything because they won it fair and square. It doesn't matter what color you are.
I mean, couldn't you say kind of about Tiger Woods when he was in his heyday?
Yeah, you could be like, you know what? He got an opportunity because golf needed an African-American more than anybody. And it was good for the sport.
It was an pretty much all white sport.
Yeah, same as racing. Is Bubba Wallace that good of a racer? No, he sucks. But is there a lot of white racers that are a lot better than Bubba Wallace? Yeah, a lot. Most of which will never ever sniff being able to be a NASCAR driver. Did Bubba Wallace get fast-tracked, much like Danica Patrick, through the NASCAR ranks because he was African American? Yes, he did. And he's not done anything since being there. Nobody's talking about that. You're not going to see an article of Bubba Wallace got his NASCAR opportunity because he was African American. And since he's been in the sport now, 7, 8, 9, 10, I don't know how long he's been in the sport, I think he's won like one or two races, one of which might have been a rain-shortened deal.
I think more so attractive people get more chances than mediocre-looking people, despite what color they are.
Oh, I definitely agree with that.
I think that
I definitely
not that there's any way to really quantify like who's good-looking, who's not, who gets those jobs, but it feels like if you are a really, really, really hot woman, that it's going to be hard for you to fail in this world.
Well, I mean, yes,
right? I mean,
hot chicks get lots of opportunities.
They've created a whole genre of sideline reporting for good-looking women. It's something that is not even necessary to the game of football. They've added it in there.
Caitlyn Clark says she has white privilege in that the Time Athlete of the Year piece says that the WNBA is built on black players. As quoted by Time, Clark says she earned her success, but says that she's privileged because she's white. Clark says that now she wants to help elevate black players. I want to say that I've earned every single thing, but as a white person, there is privilege, she said in a timepiece. A lot of those players in the league that have been really good have been black players. This league was kind of built upon them. The more we can appreciate that, highlight that, talk about that, and then continue to have brands and companies invest in those players that have made this league incredible, I think that's very important. I have to continue to try to change that. The more we can elevate black women, that's going to be a beautiful thing. Wow, what a beautiful
Man, I don't know
what a beautiful opinion.
I don't know if they gave her the questions ahead of time or what, but it's kind of I know everything's on the table, I'm guessing, when you're sitting down to talk with her. I think it's tough that they put that question on her, but I think she
nailed the question.
She's almost a politician right now, Bubba, because I mean she's leading just this force. Well, it's not just basketball, it's female athletes. It's a huge thing. And I think that I know a lot of people get upset when white privilege is even brought up, but I think that she handled that question the best way she could.
Oh my God!
Knowing that how much people in the WNBA are looking at her, and probably how many people disliked her, possibly up until her saying this.
I think she absolutely could not have answered that question any more beautifully, right? Yeah. That's perfect. Like, you can't pick that apart. You can't be critical of that. It may have been written for her. She may have known the question prior and had the best PR handlers give her the answer as to how to answer that. I truly believe that I believe her for face value, and that's how she feels. She's never come across as anything other than very authentic. And I think that's far more gracious than I would have been if I was recognized as the best white something in an industry.
Well, what are you saying? What would you say about white privilege?
I would say that
does it exist?
I would say, yeah, I think it used to exist more than it does now, but I think that it's continuing to become less significant. And I think that not only is white privilege becoming less significant, but so is male privilege. And I think that the women and the African Americans are, for a while now, starting to get a more fair shake. But it doesn't take from the hard work that I've done. And, I hope that we continue to try to be as fair as we possibly can as a society, not only with regards to race, but gender. But quite frankly, it's an open season on white men. It is tough for a white man to win anything in corporate America, according to the DEI hires.
You mean like employee of the month, or
I'm just talking
like a
about
promotion?
I'm just talking about anything. I mean, it's tough for, listen, employers now don't necessarily take the best candidate. I think we would agree to that. Whether you're a handbag manufacturer or you're, making F-150s at the Ford, auto plant in Kentucky. I think that these large corporations do not necessarily hire the best candidate. They hire what potentially might be best for their corporation's DEI score or their diversity score and things like that.
Felix brought up an interesting point on YouTube. He said racism will never go away, but privilege has more to do with money now than so race.
Agreed. I think he's right. Here is, I think, is this Caitlyn answering that question?
I believe so.
And by the way, man, it makes me like her even more that she nailed that question.
I feel like so much has happened over the course of last year, from when I started my last college season and not knowing if that would actually be my last season, whether I was deciding to come back to college or turn pro, and now.
So, Lummy, do you remember she broke all scoring records in the NCAA, and she still had another year out?
She
I
did.
didn't know that.
She coulda went back.
So she could have gone, like she beat Pistol Pete Maravich's all-time scoring record, whether it's male or female. And
remember the old head said that she had a smaller ball to use, and there's no three-point line back then, and they're just trying to take anything away from her.
Meanwhile, she could have come back and, like, distance herself by another 2,000 points, right?
Yeah, she could have.
Sitting here.
She did that in, 3-4 years?
I think
Pistol,
4, yeah.
Pistol Pete probably did it in 5.
Like, I'm done with my...
Where did Pistol Pete play?
LSU, right?
Oh, that's right.
I think so.
First professional season, and so much has happened, and whether it was, making the national championship game or getting the Fever back to the playoffs since 2016, there's just a lot to be proud of, and it all happened so fast, like it's hard to appreciate in the moment and kind of understand in the moment, but it's been fun to reflect on. I'm definitely more aware of signs than people think I am, and I think it's something really cool to look around before the game and see, young girls, young boys. And
here's the one thing I think she's done, and I think maybe Angel Reese and some of the other high-profile WNBA girls have done, is now for the first time in a long time, maybe Mary Lou Retton, or there's been some girls that have come along over the years, that young girls, like the girls in this picture here, the young girls that are like, probably between 4 and 9 or 4, some just like Sammys. We'll just call them the Sammys out there. The Sammys out there have now somebody to root for and to gravitate to and to want to be like and to emulate. And I don't know that there's been a player, a female athlete that's come along in the last, I don't know however many years, to, read the signs. I want to be like Clark. You inspire me. Number 22.
This is surpassing just a young female thing. She's going to be an ambassador for the game of basketball overall, and really blur the lines, I think, between men and women's basketball. With how much involvement she'll have with some of the biggest players in the NBA, whether she's doing All-Star Weekend stuff. I mean, I think they're going to start utilizing her more, not necessarily playing, but I think they're going to use her star power and start mixing it in with some of the heavyweights in the WNBA. And LeBron's going to be gone in a year or two, and I mean, Caitlyn Clark will be the biggest basketball player in the country.
And for the first time in WNBA's history, and really, really for the first time in just athletics history in a long time, you have little girls now that were like, man, before, these little girls didn't care about WNBA basketball. They didn't know about it, didn't care about it, certainly didn't want to go to the game, didn't want to be like anybody. And now you have this whole movement of young women, young girls, little girls, adolescent little girls that are like, man, remember the entire Be Like Mike campaign?
Yep.
Everybody wanted to be like Mike. That was one of Jordan's most successful campaigns ever. Remember they had a song, Be Like Mike?
Yeah, it was Gatorade, right?
It was Gatorade.
Yeah, but it was everybody, every white and black little boy wanted to be like Mike. Well, now the little girls have somebody, and they haven't had anybody really to think of that they wanted to be like. And these girls here, maybe every one of these girls never would have told their mom and dad they want to go down to the local YMCA or they want to go down to their school and start playing basketball because their favorite player is Caitlyn Clark and they want to be like her. In order to be like her, that's getting off your ass, not playing video games, not being like some little girls don't do anything. I want to go down and shoot baskets. I want to go down and dribble. I want to go down and make a layup. How many millions and millions of little girls now are interested in basketball? Probably millions and millions more that were prior to Caitlyn Clark. Your daughter is a prime example of one.
It's not even just that. I'm interested in Caitlyn Clark. I'm interested in Angel Reese and Cameron Brink and the girls that are coming in now. Like that's something that I'm going to watch. And as much as I like basketball, follow a lot of their careers now. And I wasn't watching the WNBA before. I know it existed, but yeah, Caitlyn Clark got me into it. And there's a lot of other great players that because of her I've been exposed to. So
but that also translates on down to Sammy. When you're watching Caitlyn Clark, Sammy's watching Caitlyn Clark, and she's got somebody to root for.
Yes.
Right? Mm-hmm. She might not be rooting for, I don't know, your favorite Lightning guy, but she can root for Caitlyn Clark, and she can tell you, and I think that you and her, or you've started taking her down to the Y to shoot baskets. She likes doing that now.
Yeah, she's starting basketball in January.
Right, and
Scout Big Gulps in her Caitlyn Clark jersey.
And I don't necessarily know if that would have necessarily been as prevalent as it. I don't know that she would have taken an interest in girls basketball had it not been for Caitlyn Clark.
Keith Mauser, $10 on the Cash App. Please unblock me.
Well, you know what, Keith? Here's the deal.
And also,
tell us why you were. Here's the deal.
Oh, they never know why, Bubba.
No, they really do, Seth.
I know they act like they don't.
No, but here's the deal. We will give you amnesty and we will unblock you if you, one, tell us why you were blocked, and two, apologize for it.
I have to also, because we have some real Pistol Pete fans here, want to make sure that you're cleared. He did it in 3 years.
He did it in 3 years.
I just want to.
I do understand that. Thank you. Pistol Pete fans.
Pistol Pete can piss off, okay? It's about CC22 right now.
And you know what? LSU can piss off, too, especially with Brian Kelly. I hope they fire that son of a bitch.
Yeah, was Pistol Pete hanging out with Taylor Swift? I don't think so.
Hell no, he wasn't. Hello.
R.I.P.
Hello, Bubba.
Oh, jeez, he's dead. I'm sorry.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing? Scott from Delaware. I've talked to you many times. Listen, I'm running about an hour and a half behind where you're at right now, listening to YouTube. I'm FTEing and have to stop here and there.
Sure.
But this question's for Seth. I'm bringing it back to what you just talked about an hour ago about the deodorant. You got to do a public service, Seth, and let me know what that is that you have, because I'm looking for something different as far as deodorant.
Okay.
You got to tell me what it is that's strong, that doesn't have aluminum in it, buddy.
Seth, do you want to relinquish your underarm secret to the fine men out there?
Sir, if you listen tomorrow, which it sounds like you do, I will make that announcement. Yeah. I will bring the bottle in. I will showcase it. I do not know what it's called off the top of my head. I don't retain a lot of information of the products I use, but I will have no problem sharing that information with you, and it's easily available at Target.
Yeah, so he gets it at Target,
awesome.
and he'll bring it in tomorrow. We'll put it on camera. What Sethy Poo uses for his underarm.
I'll apply it. I will apply it on air.
Oh, that's awesome, man. I look forward to it. Hey, Bubba, I just want to tell you, I buy a lot of stuff from your merch. That Bubba Dunks shirt, the black one with you in the middle and just Bubba on the front.
Yeah, the Air Bubba shirt.
The Air Bubba shirt. What great quality that shirt is. I use it like on the bike and all this, and just, man, it's a great quality, and I urge Bubba fans to get that if they so desire. It's really great quality, and not only, it's a great price too. But the quality is just awesome. It's a great shirt.
Also, the Merch Crick runs a tight shipping department. She usually, within a couple days of you ordering it, usually you got it. Usually.
She puts a personalized note in there and an MC. It's just great. I love what you're doing now, Bubs.
And we love that you're following us on YouTube. Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you.
All right, my brother. Have a good one.
You too. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you.
Tomorrow's going to be great for a deodorant man out there like you.
For all you rugged men out there that want to know what Seth uses.
I never thought I'd have a trucker want to know what kind of deodorant just a little
Man,
you've
really taken your career to the next level. You got your fans just gravitating to what
Delaware too.
Yeah, a Delaware trucker, a real rugged Delaware trucker, a man's man, if you will, that can back in a 43 foot reefer. Wants to know what antiperspirant you use.
I feel rugged like Luigi.
He said, so Keith, with another $10, the cause was I was hating on Anna. I apologize to you, Bubba.
All right, now, hold on. All right, so let me, wherever he's blocked from, we'll unblock him. So I don't know how we unblock him. Where's he? You have to tell us where you're blocked.
And what's your screen name.
And what your screen name is for us to unblock you.
He sent money, Lummy, and asked to be unblocked.
So that's $20 for this whole thing.
That could be a good. That could be a good payment. It's $20, and we'll consider unblocking you.
Let's do it 10. Let's do a tenner. And if you give us a tenner on our various means, and you give us your screen name, and you're honest to what you got blocked for. If we don't think you're being honest about it, then we're not going to unblock you, and we're going to keep your 10, and you just wasted 10. You could have been like, hey, you know what? I said some stuff to Seth that was probably pretty offensive, and I am sorry for that. Okay, no problem. We got you.
No, we keep all those people around.
Don't say any anti-Semitic stuff anymore. You anti-Semite. Keep your anti-Semite stuff to yourself, buddy. But give me 10 and I'll unblock you.
Lines that they're holding.
And you'll be under the radar, and Seth will never know as long as you keep your big mouth shut there, buddy.
Should I just go set up in the park and go, pay me $10 and throw any anti-Semitic comments your way, and I'll take it.
$10 to call me anything you want. By the way, I'm Jewish.
So I think for me, the coolest ones are the signs that are, I traveled this far, I got this as my birthday present, or whatever it is. Like the young girls, it's like families or parents or friends.
I drove 8 hours, took 2 ferries, and crossed the border from Canada to see the number 22, Caitlyn Clark. That is so. That is just so awesome.
I mean, is she alone though? Because if she is, Jay-Z's going to get her. We got to make sure she's got parents there. I mean, really.
Thank God she's post P Diddy.
I mean, really.
She would have got yoked up.
Exactly.
So whoever it is, are spending a lot of time and money to travel all this way just to have an opportunity to spend 2 hours watching me play basketball.
She gets it.
It kind of puts everything.
She really does, man. She is the Taylor Swift of women's basketball. She might be the Taylor Swift of women's athletics.
So nobody cares about this, but I do. So I read the article. So she went to 2 Taylor Swift concerts when she was playing in Indiana or whatever the hell it was.
Caitlyn did?
Yeah, Caitlyn did. Caitlyn met Travis Kelce and Taylor's mom, and Taylor sent her 4 bags of merch and a note said of how inspiring she is. That's her thing. Like, she'll send notes. So send a note to Caitlyn saying how inspiring she is, and that she invited Caitlyn to go watch a Chiefs game with her. So if they show up in the box together, the world's going to explode.
Oh, it is. It's going to come unglued.
I mean, the people are going to be melting down.
But nobody plays the PR game better than Taylor Swift. Please.
Berta Perez, $20.
I think she's right. I mean, I think Caitlyn Clark is inspiring. Taylor Swift is, I know a lot of what. $197 million, to her crew
bonuses.
For her tour. Yeah, bonuses. And, if Caitlyn Clark...
$55 million on the first leg of the tour, then $200 million once the tour is over, for a whopping, $255 to $260 million total bonuses to the truck drivers, to the people that are selling the merch, to the... not to the agent or the publicist.
I'm sure everybody gets taken care of. She's enriching people's lives that she comes in contact with. I mean, people are doing a job, but she's taking note of that. And I told Phoebe last night, I go, Caitlyn Clark has the potential to be the next billionaire, to be, one of the biggest people on the planet as far as an athlete. And if she wants to hang around Taylor Swift to find out the best way to do that and the best way to, help out people and to be successful and all that, then
great friendship would be Taylor Swift and Caitlyn Clark. Oh my God. Right? Oh my God. It almost explodes your mind, right? I mean, like, for real. Now how big would this be, Seth? Is that they become such good friends.
And Larry Bird's hanging out? Okay,
no. They become such good friends because this could very well happen. You've already seen the foundation laid. They're friends. That she met Travis Kelce. She met so she's laid the foundation. How unglued would the WNBA, and this is not anything that's something that Taylor Swift wouldn't do, that Taylor Swift got a box, and her and Travis, because the WNBA season is when the NFL season's not, it's during the summer, and
right.
And what if Travis Kelce, they become such great friends that Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift went to an Indiana Fever game? Oh my God!
It would be crazy for Taylor Swift to show up in Indiana and not be getting paid for it.
No, but I'm just saying though.
No, I know it would be. That would be. I mean, that would be probably do more for the sport than Caitlyn Clark has.
I'm just saying, man.
Taylor just shows up. Yeah, that would be a big deal, Bubba, for sure.
God. People would lose their minds.
I'm losing my mind just thinking about it.
The perspective. So.
Keith, let me. I think we have a guy on Cash App that sent $12.
Well, that's the guy that we're unbanning. Keith Mauser, $12.
I would say I really love those.
Best concert. Here it comes. This has got to be the Taylor Swift.
It has
effect.
to be.
Yeah.
Best concert, I would say Taylor Swift.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And I wasn't even a Swiftie before going, but
she's just like me. I wasn't a Swiftie until recently, until I just seen how solid and how good of a person she is. She's just the soul of the earth.
I think after seeing the way she performs for 3 hours straight and the whole production, the outfits she wears, the way she doesn't stop singing, dancing, it's just incredible. You're kind of just in awe after you leave. So maybe I am a full Swiftie now, I guess.
That's pretty strong.
By the way,
don't think that doesn't go get back to Taylor Swift, right?
Oh, well, she already knows. And by the way, Lemmy just sent me this article. I had no idea. I guess it came out yesterday or today, but a gold Caitlyn Clark. So it's a 1 of 1. It looks like is it an autograph? Gold vinyl rookie card, 1 of 1, sold for $234,000.
What company?
It's Panini. It's one that she has a contract with, I believe. So. Oof. Yeah,
that's a lot of money.
$234,000.
It's 1 of 1 though. It seemed like it'd be more than that. Well, hold on. It's gonna go. I mean, it's $234 now. It's gonna be $4 million in a couple years, probably.
If I had to pick any outfit that I've worn over the last year, I'd probably pick my draft outfit. That was one.
There you go.
We found a day before the draft, and it was like, ugh. They actually didn't. I'm pretty sure they didn't have that set, the jacket and the skirt, in the United States anywhere else. So we're like, obviously we have to wear this, and then Prada hadn't dressed anybody, men or women, for the WNBA or NBA, so it was pretty exciting.
So anyway, that's us marking out to Caitlyn Clark.
It's been a while.
Jussie Smollett's conviction of 2019 overturned. It makes me sick to my stomach. The Illinois Supreme Court on Tuesday overturned actors Jussie Smollett's conviction on charges of staging a racist and homophobic attack against him. And what does that do for real homosexual men who get their ass kicked because they're homosexual and they're walking home from a nightclub and a couple thug ass, whatever, beats them up like this was staged to be? What does that do for the real people that get beat up because of their sexuality? It really, really, really is a slap in their face. All charges against himself in 2019 and lying to the Chicago police, saying he should have not been charged a second time after reaching a deal with the prosecutors. The ruling, which did not address Smollett's continued claims of innocence, was the latest twist in the years-long saga. Smollett, who is black and gay, made headlines around the world after he told police in January of 2019 that 2 men assaulted him in his downtown Chicago neighborhood, spouting slurs, tossing a noose around his neck, and yelling that it was MAGA country, and an apparent reference to Donald Trump's Make America Great Again presidential campaign slogan. The report prompted a massive search for suspects by Chicago police before investigators announced that they believed that the whole entire attack was a hoax. The state's highest court found that the special prosecutor should not have been allowed to intervene after Smollett reached a deal with the Cook County State Attorney in which charges were dropped in exchange for him forfeiting his $10,000 bond and performing community service. The deal prompted outrage, in part because it did not include any condition that Smollett apologize or admit that he staged the attack. He basically got away with it. He basically got away with it.
He did.
Lummy, will you check Rad or whoever and see if we got the Bill Burr stuff?
I sent it in your messenger.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Perfect. Let's get to that next.
Sounds good.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Talking about the incredible lack of empathy from the general public about this because of how these insurance companies treat people when they're at their most vulnerable, after we've all given them our money every month and now they finally need you and all you do is, you know what's annoying?
Calling the merch crick a troll?
Huh?
What up, Johnny K? What account?
On Venmo.
Oh.
I mean, you're gonna have to bring that up.
Oh, they called Merch Cricket Troll.
Yeah, like-
oh, okay. What the fuck?
Like, how could she be a fucking troll?
James Godwin, 25.
What's up, Kabuki? What's up, Thomas?
Fontaine. WSMFP.
What up, Felix? What up, Longer Grouper Lips?
John Kostika.
Whoop. What up, Johnny Z? Big Kush is in the House of Stone and Light. In the House of Stone and Light.
What's up, Bulldog Tommy?
Lemmy, I'm scared about hosting next week.
Why? You're gonna be great. What's up, Carla? Just sing it. Oh. We'll take all the topics from chat.
Thank you, Tina. I definitely won't have YouTube up. I'll let Lum handle that. But I'll see you guys back when I'm co-hosting.
What's up, Big Red?
I do like that Macho Man does mix up the news that he puts on here.
Oh yeah, instead of
Thanks, Timothy. Let the guys know, man.
Fox 13.
If you have access to Tuttle or Colton on social at all, I tell those guys, the good news with their numbers and all that. But it's always good to hear from somebody else. What up, Madden Crusher?
Eric's good. Joe.
Man, I got so excited with that Caitlyn Clark story. I sent that 3 times to Bubba and Lummy yesterday. I kept forgetting I sent it to him. Every time I saw it, I was like, holy shit.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios. Aquabedo.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So the Luigi, 26-year-old Luigi Mangione was spotted at McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania. And the headlines read, Luigi Mangione merchandise now raises controversy. Claims of glorifying violence are there. From T-shirts to hoodies to coffee mugs and shot glasses, merchandise referring to the suspected gunman in the killing of the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson on a Manhattan sidewalk is popping up on the internet. Online sellers looking to cash in on the sympathies that some have expressed for the suspect, Luigi Mangione. Is it Mangione or Mangione?
Mangione, it was what Dr. Dan was saying yesterday.
James Godwin, 25, and Mike Fontaine, $10 for being unbanned for trolling or calling Merch Crick a troll.
Yeah, this guy called. He said his.
It was about the Kauta stuff. He sent some more money in.
Oh, he said she was a troll for going out there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And she might have been. But when you're a personality at a radio station that's promoting that you're going to be at an event and it's open to the public and you've positioned yourself behind a chair and a desk to sign autographs and take pictures and go live on the air. Hey, it's Mike Kauta, and I'm live at Johnny's gun place here in Sarasota. Come out and see me. We got deals on suppressors and whatever. Again, it's Mike Kauta, 1025 to Bone. When you're putting that over the airwaves, you're not saying, come out and see me unless you're a Bubba fan or unless you're the girlfriend of Bubba. You're open to the public. It's called a public appearance for a reason. And when the Merch Crick rolls up in there and she's got a couple questions to ask you, and you agree, if you guys remember, I don't have to go through it in its entirety, but you guys can remember just off the top of your head. She says, I have a few questions. And I actually think that Kauta thinks that he struck gold on like a kind of a hot little groupie deal because he calls her pumpkin and gives her a hug and all this kind of deal. And then it changes quick. Then the tone changes quickly because she asked him a couple questions that nobody have ever publicly asked him, and he felt uncomfortable and didn't want to answer him. So rather than they answer him, he yokes her phone out of her hand, calls her pathetic. She tries to get her phone back. He smashes her in the face. She's escorted out of the building by an African-American man that is a registered felon, told to sit outside. Why Mike Kauta calls her a dirty C word, you dirty effing C word, and deletes the videos off of her phone, then gives her phone to the known felon as she sits on the sidewalk crying because her neck and her face hurts, and she's given back her phone. If that's a troll, and I've caught a lot of criticism. Why didn't you go, Bubba? I didn't go because I didn't have any business going there. I didn't. But when she tells me, hey, listen, this is the first opportunity that I've ever heard that I could, speaking as if I was her, she's not afraid of nothing, Lummy. She used to be a cop.
That's right.
She shot somebody. I mean, when Kenneth Kimberlin was here, she was right there. Lummy, where were you?
Behind a tire.
Hiding.
Checking the pressure.
Lummy was hiding. Merch Crick was at full radio assault.
Is she security around these parts?
Yeah, might as well. She's got, she's up there fulfilling merch up in the watchtower. So, not just because she's tough
she's
and
got
she's
the bird's eye. Yeah.
Not only because she's tough and strapped, but because she's got the the bird's eye view. You and I in this bunker of a studio, we don't know what's going on out there.
That's right.
But we do have a gate. And we do have our, all the doors locked. And so, and Lummy, she's on the watchtower.
Yes, she is.
And she knows she's pretty handy with the gun. She's pretty handy with the steel, if you know what I'm saying.
Uh-oh.
So if that makes her a troll, I don't think it does. I think if you ask Mike Calta a couple questions in public and
No, we got the $12. He's sorry. I mean, we're making money off
he's
it.
allowed to be unbanned?
Yeah, unbanned him.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting paid, buddy.
We're going to have a new policy, Lummy. If you've said something that has gotten you banned, no matter how bad it is, as long as you give us $10 and tell us the screen name that you and the like the forum, like, okay, my name is Jimmy Jones 123 on YouTube or Rumble you have to tell us where you got banned. But beyond, I called Seth a dirty Jew one time.
Oh wow, jeez.
It's Fred 123 on YouTube.
I don't think we ban people for that.
I'm a Holocaust denier.
It's pretty common these days.
Jews was coming to him.
Oh, hey, Dan Bilzerian.
So listen, one, don't say what you said ever again. Apologize, but be honest and truthful as to what you said. And listen, it's Christmas time. It's time to forgive and forget for $10.
Yeah, it's like taking a picture with Santa. I mean, it's the holidays, but
you've been naughty, you're nice,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, it's the holidays, but you want a picture with the big guy, you got to pay.
But you've been naughty. But you tell Santa I've been naughty.
Yes, be honest with Santa.
And Santa will say, "Oh, I know you've been naughty." The guy that called Seth a dirty Jew. But you know what? I'm still gonna come down your chimney and give you a gift because you've been honest with me and you slipped me a 10. Appreciate you. We're hired guns.
Yes, I will be banning a lot more people these days.
What do you mean, Lummy?
Banning or unbanning?
Banning.
Why are people starting
to? You know what? I used to be a little more lenient, but now I'm not. I'm going to crack the whip.
Oh, he's going to be making money for us.
That's right.
To make money.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's a shakedown, my
That's
friend.
right.
Everything is. I'm a grifter, if you will.
Someone just said Merry Christmas. Banned. We don't talk. We don't say that stuff.
We say Happy Holidays.
Lummy. It has to be a direct. It has to be a direct attack or insult at one of us or our family.
Lummy's legitimately taking your business to the next level, Bubba.
Yeah,
this is. I mean, he knows what he's doing over there.
All right, Lummy, let's not get crazy about it, okay?
Yes, sir.
Among the merchandise is a Christmas ornament that says deny, defend, depose. The words found on the bullet shell casings at the crime scene. Etsy, an online platform where the deny, defend, depose ornament is listed for sale, did not respond. So some people are rallying behind this guy.
I mean, I'm not surprised they're selling merchandise. I mean, people are legitimately happy that this guy got killed. Listen to Operation Pigmentation today when it comes out. I mean, there are a lot of people that have absolutely no issue with what's going down, and there's a new fascination with this guy. A lot of women are because they say he's so attractive.
That's true.
Yeah, so anyway, I think this has been validated to be the manifesto. I think this has been vetted. Brett, do you know, is this the manifesto?
It's part of it from what I heard. It's like, I guess that was like one page that maybe they found on him, but I guess there's more written in a notebook.
There's people claiming that this is the one, and they're also saying that some of these media companies don't want to publish it for some reason. I don't know what that reason is. They didn't really allude to it, but
well, this guy broke it, and then TMZ vetted this with a source that said it was legit. So
okay.
I know.
Is this all of it, or is this a part of it?
From what I know,
I think this is it.
And then again, I heard that there's a bunch of pages in a notebook because they're saying a manifesto is a lot longer than this.
Oh, he had a spiral notebook with him.
Yeah, so again, I don't know, but this is whatever this is, Bubba. Whether this is it or not, this is what he wrote. Right. Yes.
This is legitimate. Whether there's more or not is yet to be determined, but we know he at least wrote this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, there could be more. There could be nothing.
Right.
Here it is.
Ned Herpes, $10 on the super chat.
Was he get out of jail and ban free?
Yes.
Did Ned's Herpes, was he banned at one time?
I think he was just throwing 10.
I think he was just throwing $10.
Throwing a tenner. Thank you. Here you go. This is supposedly what's his name?
Luigi.
Luigi, whatever, Delmonico.
By the way, when he was getting perp walked or whatever yesterday, somebody goes, Luigi, it's me, I'm Audio. I mean, just they gotta, it's this poor guy.
I know, they're cack. I think, is this it right? No, that's Bill Burr's spin on it.
There's a whole bunch of stuff.
This is when he's getting out. This is when they're transporting him from a cop car into, well, it looks like a detention facility, and he starts screaming some stuff.
They said he was shaking when they rolled up on him at McDonald's.
I think it just keeps replaying and replaying. So, but this is the
like 4 times.
And it's not me just replaying it; it's them. But here's the deal, man. That's the first anybody's heard anything from him. Him shouting out to the press, whatever he said, an insult to the American people. I don't know what he said, but that's all that. That's the only thing that people have heard. And I don't know how many times he's been transported. I don't know what facility he's at right now.
I think he's where they arrested him. I guess he's fighting extradition to New York.
Right. Well, he's going to lose that.
Right.
Here is the manifesto. At least here is something that he wrote. We don't know if it's the manifesto. We don't know if there's more to it. We don't know if this is it. But we do know, and this has been confirmed, that these are his words. Whether they're his only words or there's more words a-coming. But we do that. And I start. To the feds, I'll keep this short because I do not respect what you do for our country.
I do respect.
I'm sorry. I do respect. I think you guys got to follow along. I read a lot during the day, and it turns me into a bad reader. Thanks. Because I do respect what you do for our country. To save you a lengthy investigation, I state plainly that I wasn't working alone.
I wasn't working with anyone.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right.
Man, you're really.
He reads a lot, guys.
I read a lot.
No, I get it. I just want to. I wouldn't normally correct you. I just want to.
I want to be corrected.
I know. I just want to. We're changing all the.
Save you to save you a lengthy investigation, I state plainly that I wasn't working with anyone. This was fairly trivial. Some elementary social engineering.
Stanley Sniper, $10. Preemptive. No, don't ban him, please.
Basic CAD, and a lot of patience. The spiral notebook, if present, has some straggling notes and to-do lists that illuminate the gist of it. My tech is pretty locked down because I work in in engineering, so probably not much info there. I do apologize for any strife of trauma, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. A reminder, the U.S. is the #1 most expensive healthcare system in the world, yet we rank number 42 in life expectancy. United is the indecipherable largest, I guess they couldn't understand what he wrote.
Yeah.
United is the largest company in the U.S. by market cap, behind only Apple, Google, and Walmart. It has grown and grown, but as our life expectancy, ? Not the reality is No. Somebody's hungry. I heard her gut moan. Did you guys hear it?
No.
You heard that?
Yeah, that was
I'm sorry.
Was that you? Was that your gut with a regurg?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, the reality is this undecipherable have simply gotten too powerful, and they continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has allowed them to get away with it. Obviously, the problem is more complex, but I do not have this. I do not have space, and frankly, do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument. But many have illuminated?
Yes.
Illuminated the corruption and greed, e.g. Rosenthal, Moore. I'm assuming that there might have been two experts written by, maybe some articles written by a person named Rosenthal or Moore.
I would guess so, yes.
Decades ago, the problems simply remain. It is not an issue of awareness at this point, but clearly power games at play. Eventually, is that evident?
Evidently, yeah.
Evidently, I am the first to face it with such brutal honesty. So, I mean, very well written, explaining why he did what he did.
He's also pleading not guilty.
I didn't know. I didn't know with regards to market cap that United was only behind Google, Apple, and Walmart.
You know, Bubba, if this was the kind of, if like Luigi was just a buddy in your life and he was the kind of guy that you'd go out with and he would sit down and he would start telling you, about how much money this is making and how the system's screwed up, and you're just like, holy hell, Luigi, just shut the hell up and all this stuff. Like there's a million people like that, but this guy actually decided that I'm not saying it's right, but he decided that he wanted to try to do something about it.
Take matters in his own hand. And a lot of people want to sit here and just blow their opinions, but does anybody really do anything about it?
Well, is there, and when you say do anything about it, and I thought about this a lot yesterday, how would you be able to bring about change any other way?
No, I don't think so. And Bill Burr had a really, really, really interesting take on this. Bill Burr, obviously a very famous comedian, very much known for not caring what you think about his opinion. And so I'm going to go to words on me so I'm not so far late for Alex.
Okay.
Because we got a lot for Alex.
Yes.
And we'll get into the Bill Burr thing. Now, I want to make sure everybody know that I do not agree with the killing of people who run major corporations that you may not like, how they run them, how profitable they are, how they run their business may have affected your life and your health. I'm not condoning what the guy did. I'm not. But there's a portion of me, I don't want to, I have to really choose my words carefully here. I don't want to say respect, but there's a portion of me that says, wow, all too often, like what Seth said, we sit here and bitch and bitch and bitch, but we have no recourse to do anything that can make a difference.
But we actually can. Like a lot of us don't have the the power to do that.
A lot of us don't have the balls to do what this guy did. Now, what this guy did is very illegal. If he's tried in a state that has a death penalty, he will get it. But New York doesn't have it. So if he's tried, whether it's in New York or from where he resides, which doesn't he live in Minnesota?
Well, I think he moved out to Hawaii.
Okay. I don't think this guy's, not too many states have the death penalty anymore. And I don't think any of the states that this guy's lived or dabbled in does. And I don't know where he's going to be tried other than he has to be tried in New York. That's where the crime happened. That's where he was living at the time, although only temporarily. I don't want to condone what the guy did, because as soon as you start picking off, CEOs of major companies that you don't like, if I had a Ford and it kept breaking and they wouldn't accept the lemon law, does that give me the right to go shoot the general manager in the head? No, it does.
Geez, look what the guy did in Utah yesterday, Bubba, that wanted to return his car. And
right.
he drove it through the front of the dealership.
Yeah. So, And
I mean,
but
anybody that you're not happy with, you could take out. But that could have been going on, for a long time for some reason. And yes, this guy, deeply, deeply disturbed. Is there going to be a point where he snaps out of whatever he's in right now and goes, wow, I'm going to be in jail for the rest of my life? Did I do anything? I'm sure that he will get to that point. But
there's probably going to be, not that it's right, but there's going to be a significant amount of people that said, this guy's kind of a hero because he's putting other people of high positions that could potentially, with the healthcare industry just in itself, they are one of the most profitable subsections of business in the world. And maybe they ought to start treating people a little bit better. Maybe they shouldn't worry about making $90 billion in profit and maybe make $10 billion in profit because you have helped. You've taken on $80 billion worth of claims that you formerly would have denied, eating into your profits. I understand why the guy did what he did, and it was definitely a shot that's, no pun intended, that's going to be heard for and resonate with people in very powerful positions for a long time.
Yeah, do you think that they're going to change their practices, or they're just going to get more security?
More security.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Although, do you want to do Stein this break or the next one?
Next.
Next
I'll do a quick one on this one.
Okay, we'll do a quick one and Stein after.
Fontaine or WSMFP, whatever. Check to see if you can get in.
The tree's been getting a lot of compliments.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
That's good to hear.
We probably should put like some fake boxes to kind of make it look a little bit more like gifty,
Yeah, I was gonna.
Get some fake boxes.
Oh yeah, I was gonna get some wrapping paper.
What are you gonna wrap? Fake boxes?
Yeah. Look more festive. So we haven't opened the big E-box yet.
Oh, is that a big E-box?
Yeah, it's just it's keyboards and mouses.
Oh, hell yeah. What was that that I gave you?
Oh, it's I gotta wait till the second part comes in. It should be in soon. It's a.
Are those your?
It's a 4x6 autographed picture of decal.
Are you still getting payments from the merch breaks that you were doing with him? Are you still getting the residuals? Is that what it is?
No.
He said
Merch Creek said you guys had a break that you were supposed to do that you never did.
Yes.
And she's had to refund a bunch of people.
Yeah, I got that one. That was when you canceled them for a while. This is for Bubba's gift.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
have all the merchandise at my house still.
mean, they should do the break, right, Bubba? I mean, it's only right.
I have everything.
He's got everything.
Probably by the end of the year you should.
Gil Sayers.
Dude, I can help you. I got a breaking community.
Yeah, I know. We had it. I was going to say.
What do you need to sell? 30 spots?
I gotta count my stuff. See what it is.
Want to try for 20 spots? I don't know. You guys decide.
I'll let you.
Just let me know, because Brian and I are going to do a couple breaks before the end of the year. So.
All right, I got a list. I'll let you know.
Oh, thank you.
What's up, WSMFP? Yes, you're back. Good morning, TJ from Jersey. Susan Poitras resubbed. Thank you, Susan Poitras. Buddha Ballin, David Slave.
Lummy, are you going to be wrestling anywhere on New Year's Eve?
At my house.
Should I bring my own chair, or do you guys provide?
We provide the chairs. If you could just maybe bring your own drinks and food and cooler.
Yeah, of course.
We have a fire match.
A fireworks match.
I'm gonna get power bombs into a fire pit.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Alex Stein, about 20 after. Lummy, this is Bill.
Super Fat Bubba Light, $10.
Thank you, Super Fat Bubba Light. Appreciate you. Payroll is today.
He's prepaying for a negative comment.
Payroll is today, my friends. Philip, who's Philip Veenhouse? Lummy?
That's Bub Army Grunt, isn't it?
Is that Bub Army Grunt?
843 Bubba, right?
Oh, is that 843 Bubba?
So, yeah.
$14.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, my friend. This is Bill Burr, and from his podcast, he's got a very successful podcast. Very. Very, very. I've had Bill in the studio before, haven't I? Have I had Bill in this? Have I ever had Bill?
Oh, I'm sure, man. He was doing the rounds on the Improv, back in the day.
I don't know that we
never had him on. He was a big, was it Opie and Anthony?
Oh, was he? Okay.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Cool. You never had him on. I thought, sorry.
All right.
I'm sorry, yeah.
I'm sorry you never had him on.
We had Joe Rogan on.
Sure did.
We had Jim Florentine on. We had
Louis C.K. for a little bit.
Jim Florentine's a weird guy to come after Joe Rogan.
we had Louis C.K. on until I was a complete dick
and hung up on us.
And he hung up on us after making a Hogan hat blasted your. I don't know what it was.
You pretty much blew him off.
Was it after he had Me Too'd all those girls in his hotel room?
No, it was before. Bubba didn't know who he was, so
I didn't know who he was.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
He made Louis C.K. sit on hold because Hogan called.
Oh my God!
Yeah, and now Louis was like, "Man, I didn't know that you kissed Hogan's ass so much."
Yeah,
and then that started.
And you pretty much said that's the greatest wrestler of all time, and you're a nobody. And
right?
Yeah.
You know what's annoying me about this kid who killed this CEO is none of these news programs are talking about the incredible lack of empathy from the general public about this because of how these insurance companies treat people when they are at their most vulnerable, after we've all given them our money every month and now we finally need you and all you do is deny us. And then these pussies and all of these things are taking the pictures of their CEOs off their websites. I got to be honest with you, okay? I love that CEOs are afraid right now. You should be. By and large, you're all a bunch of selfish, greedy pieces of and a lot of you are mass murderers. You just don't pull the trigger. That's why it looks clean. That's why these people look, oh my God, oh, he was just, walking into a hotel. It's like, okay, but what was his job? What did he do? What was the results of it?
I mean, that's what a lot of people are feeling.
I like that. I feel that way.
Are people are afraid to say that they feel that way, aren't they?
Yeah, I think it makes you a bad guy if you say, I you know what? I get it. I think more than I want to say I feel that way, I understand what Bill Burr's saying. And, I get it. And these CEOs of companies that are making, I think that we had mentioned yesterday, Lummy, that there was a year where United Health had made $90 billion. There was a year that they made $22 billion, and there was a memo stating that they need to get back to that $90 billion. Well, in order to get back to a $90 billion profit, you have to deny a lot of claims. A lot of people that have paid a lot of money monthly into your system, so to speak, only to be told no. And how many of your grandmas and your grandpas and your moms and your dads and your sisters and your uncles and yourself, how many of you have died because they denied your claim or your treatment?
Do you think that this is kind of, and people have been for a while now, you just like, hey, you go get a job, you get insurance, that's just part of life. You work for insurance. But are people stepping out of the hamster wheel now in the way that society's been set up and goes, this doesn't make any sense, that we're giving them all this money and there's going to come a point in our life when we need them and they're not going to give it to us, and that's not right?
I think, in my opinion, the government needs to step in and regulate the insurance industry as to how profitable they are and say you only make $90 million when you've turned down Rob Green $100. Let me on the Cash App. Thank you, Rob Green. That's all. I think the government steps in. Trump wants to be. You want to be for the people. You want to be a boss hog. You want to clean up our country. Then regulate the insurance industry. Don't change it. Regulate it, and say they're coming. They have price gouging legislation in for petrol for oil and fuel, so that they can't make oil $210 a barrel. That they like to keep it. I think there's all types. I think they can come up with legislation that says, my God, when you're making $90 billion in profit, that means you are denying a lot of legitimate claims. And, get the government involved in, and I don't know if this is the first step of socialism or not, but getting the government involved in maybe the private sector of the insurance business certainly might be somewhat of an answer to, because no business. Listen, I'm all for free enterprise, and if like for instance Tesla, Seth, nobody's putting a gun to your head to say you got to go out and buy a Tesla, but you, for the most part, have to go out and have health insurance. I mean, most people try to have health insurance, and there are a lot of options with regards to it. So it's not a not a luxury item that
people work second and third jobs to provide insurance,
right? And so it's not a luxury item where oh man, I don't need that new Plaid S Series Tesla, but I do need health insurance. And if you're in an industry where people absolutely need you, maybe that is room for the government to step in and regulate you. And maybe the government tells the people that are making $50, $80, $90 billion, the United Healthcare that is arguably, from what the manifesto said, the fourth or fifth largest market cap in America. Again, people don't put a gun to your head to go to Walmart. People don't put a gun to your head to go buy an Apple phone. People don't put a gun to your head to use Google. And people don't to put a gun to your head to go to Sam's Club.
No, it should be easy to differentiate, what we're talking about here, like, health over, objects.
Right. You know, the government steps in, Lummy, when gas gets to be $5 a gallon, the government steps in and they release our reserves and they get it down and they don't let the, the petroleum industry gouge us to the best they can. Well, I think the health industry needs to be regulated by the government with regards to how much profit they're making.
How long would that take, though, Bubba?
Not that long. Not that long. You get some guy like Tom Homan up in there.
What do you think? He's kicking out immigrants and then he's getting the budget.
Tom Homan says, goes to the board of Humana or Aetna or United and said, you guys made $75 billion in profits. And in order to do that, you had to turn down, I don't know how many millions of cases.
Is he going to deport the insurance CEOs or is he going to get the cash?
I don't know. I think they might need to be regulated. Let me go to words so I can take Alex long.
Sounds
There's a lot to talk with Alex. Alex, give us 5 minutes. We'll go to commercials, and that way we can go long with you, buddy.
And then, I got to run to city council.
Oh, okay, good. Well, can you give me 5 minutes? I'll clear the commercials, and then we'll have you on, buddy. Okay?
Sounds good.
A pimp on a blimp. Alex Stein next. Hold on.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Meetings must always be on Wednesdays.
That's weird.
Dun, 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 dun. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. I think the meetings start at pretty early, Felix, or he's got to be there like right when they sign in. And I think he legitimately has a very chaotic life.
Yeah, he's got to be there right when it starts to get on the list.
But I'll tell you, whenever I see him in different places, or he's got to go and catch flights, or he's like it freaks me out because that would give me too much anxiety having to be on the go like that all the time. What up, 843? And then Paige has to stay home and watch the cats. It's got a whole thing going on in there. And if I catch you gonna like my way, I'm gonna serve it to you. But that's not what I'm gonna do, but that's what I do. I had no idea the fantasy playoffs started.
Oh, there's a cat.
I got a first round bye in the league that predicted I was going to go 2-12. That felt good to shove it up Yahoo's AI ass.
Yeah, fuck Yahoo and their predictions.
I raw dogged their algorithm. Man, whoever set up the insurance system for the world or America or whatever was definitely pretty brilliant at setting up a scam. The greatest one of them all. The greatest of them all!
Good morning, Jamie.
I did, Chase. We talked about the meme coin. I don't know if Hawk 2 is going to get in trouble. I don't fucking know.
Maybe we can ask Alex.
My
oh my
knowledge.
God, let me Kenny Price, $350.
Thank you, Kenny Price.
Shivering Scissors Narrow Business. The only one to correctly diagnose why I have metal in my balls.
It's true. He took the brain surgeon.
Look at Alex. He looks good today.
Yeah.
Alex looks good today. 17 seconds, buddy.
17 seconds. 10.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, Shivering, Ciro, Niz, Biz, Niz, Liz, Kenny Priz, 350 on the PayPal.
Alton Driggers, $30.
Who?
Alton Driggers.
Thank you, Alton Driggers. I appreciate you. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. Standing by, all suited up. The Alex Stein. Hello, Alex.
Hello, guys. Busy morning. Lots going on. It's the Christmas season. I believe this is the last city council meeting of the year. We've been trying to do this gimmick now, going on 3 weeks. And somehow, some way, and I haven't cussed him out, but I've been leaving very direct messages on the city secretary's voicemail. And now somehow I'm number 3 on the list to speak. So it looks like I'm going to get
What time's it start?
9 technically, but usually they get going like 9:15 my time, 10:15.
How long? How long a commute to the place? 15 minutes.
About 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
So as long as I get you out of here by 45, you're good.
Well, I should be fine because they always do like an invocation and then they do a little award thing, but that always takes 10 or 15 minutes.
Now,
so
is today gimmick the I swiped right and matched with Jolene or whatever it was?
So what I'm doing is I'm going to go there and I'm going to say that I want to mend the fences. I'm going to wear this big stupid hat, which I have to retire soon. The hat.
The MAGA hat. The MAGA hat.
The MAGA hat.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting old to.
You got your money's worth, man.
To those that have seen it twice, but it's not getting old to brand new people that have never seen it before. I mean, you get a great reaction from it.
It's a great pop because it's just so goofy. And, they have that for every sports team. Like, it's funny when you see a Dallas Cowboys one or a Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But the fact that it's a MAGA hat, it just makes
And then a lot of people don't give your support until after you've passed them. And then they'll go like, MAGA, good job.
But there were some MAGA babes that were really looking at him. That might have been the problem.
I don't know if you know, but we were watching the video where you're getting on the plane and you're getting ready to sit down by the African American girl, and there was this. I don't know if you saw her, but the
girl looking back,
yes,
in that seat on the aisle seat. Yeah, she was all about it.
She was in the middle. She was in the middle seat actually,
or middle seat, whatever. But
and she was this cute brunette, and she kept looking back, trying to I don't know if you saw that or not.
No, she did, where she looked through the seat, through the slot of the seat, and she was smiling. No, and I wore it to the Cowboys game, not one negative comment. And I sat next to a bunch of Hispanic guys that drove there all the way from the Rio Grande Valley.
And you also sat next to a guy that was burning a heater, was he not?
Can you believe that video is almost at 2 million views? That guy he was so stressed. The Cowboys were just playing like shite. I didn't want to cuss, and then I don't know if I have to dump that, but
no, I don't.
He just smoked. It was just everybody starts kind of looking around, and he's just ripping a cig. Nobody cared. That guy's a badass. But it was just, because I like a Camel Crusher too. I know what that cigarette was driven by. It was driven by pure stress. He was on the edge of his seat. I have no idea how much money he probably had on the game.
You understand what a nice little hit off a nicotine Camel Crush will do for your anxiety level with the next of them. You know what I'm saying?
Better than anybody, and that's why it shows you that I am now. Sometimes I doubt my content ability, but then I remember, as a cigarette connoisseur, that's funny content. Just a guy simply smoking a heater in a Dallas Cowboys, rip-off jersey.
With 90,000 people around him, and he's just burning a heater.
Just in the front row of the upper deck, in the most degenerate section. So
now, how are you up there?
Well, I wasn't even planning on going to the game, but because the tickets were so cheap, I'll go sit in the nosebleeds, but I go to StubHub and I make sure it's like the first row. So I bought those tickets, believe it or not, and I've never seen Cowboys tickets during the regular season this cheap. They were like $37,
Jeez.
even with fees. They're like under $50, and then parking was almost more expensive. Parking was like $36.
How long of a walk?
About half a mile.
Was that
Alvarez tires?
Was that the biggest kick in the sack game that you've ever been to for the Cowboys as far as them finding a new way to lose?
Not really, because I had $200 on the Bengals covering. So I mean, dude, every time I bet against the Cowboys this year, they've always come through. Like I've lost so much money betting on the Cowboys. Now I bet against them and I go to the game and I cheer on them because I'm hedging my bets. Because either the Cowboys win, I'll be happy about that, or they lose, everybody's walking out there sad, and I just got to go to the game for free.
Now here's the deal, man. And then your video we played earlier today with asking everybody, white, black, Hispanic, man, woman, fat, skinny, it didn't matter. Nobody thinks that McCarthy needs to be around. Everybody wants him fired. I mean, is he the most hated? Is he next to Lee Harvey Oswald? Is he the most is he the most hated man in Dallas?
He's not even he's probably hated more than Lee Harvey Oswald, believe it or not. And I just made that video quick while we were walking out. I had the glasses on too, so I was filming all kinds of other content.
I got those glasses, and they're good as long as I thought you could go live with them, but you have to be on Wi-Fi to go live, right?
Well, you can go live, but only on Instagram or Facebook. But the quality is crap. But if you click it and you put the settings at 3 minutes,
you can go 3 minutes.
It takes good 3-minute video. I mean, it's not as good as an iPhone, but it's as good as like an iPhone 10 or whatever. About
but
3 or 4 iPhones.
I bought the Tom Cruise dark lensed ones, so I look like a real boomer with them. I think I need to get the Clark Kent nerd, the not glass, the not.
Well, I had to pay nearly $400. Did you buy them during Black Friday? Because they went down $80.
Yeah, I got them during Black Friday.
They said I can take it to the store and return it, and they'll give me the Black Friday price, but that's been a pain. But I got the transition lenses, so in the sun, they were a little more. The sun, they'll turn dark, and then inside they'll go light. So it always looks like I have. So it looks like I have real glasses on when I'm inside.
So you can only go live when you're on Wi-Fi, right? You can't go live.
I think I did it. I did a test stream by the park, but like you probably should be on Wi-Fi because I'm telling you the quality was terrible. You could barely make out.
I was leaving my sisters from Thanksgiving, and I was on just not.
You like Facebook? You ought to have them because I don't hardly ever use my Facebook.
So I decided to go live from my sisters, but like I wasn't on Wi-Fi. I had them Bluetoothed in, was driving the car, and they kept like saying glasses disconnected because I was just.
Oh, you had, and you might have had another. What I figured that happened to me as well. But if you have your Bluetooth AirPods or another Bluetooth device nearby, that'll also interfere with it and make it keep disconnecting for whatever.
So if you just have it all by itself, no other stuff, you have a chance to stay connected.
A little bit, but it is better on Wi-Fi. I'm just saying, I walked around the park and it stayed connected for about 30 minutes. But I'm telling you, the quality was just so
poor.
When
is Google going to come up with one for YouTube? That's the big. See, I bought these thinking that they would be, you could go to any forum and do them. But no, it's Facebook specific.
Well, and they have a security feature on them where they constantly blink a light so people know that they're being filmed. And I wore it to the Cowboys game, and everybody knew I was recording with them. Like, I thought I'd be incognito. Literally, everybody could tell that I was recording with them.
You need to get like a little thing of maybe black nail polish and put over that little light so it's not, because you're right, nothing screams recording than a stupid ass light that's going off.
But I don't understand how Google, if they can do this with these Ray-Bans, and I use them for Nick DiPaolo's podcast. I was on his podcast. The Bluetooth quality of the microphone is better than AirPods. It sounded great. He was like, wow, this sounds really good. And I was talking to him on the glasses. I couldn't believe it. So yeah.
So when you went live on his podcast, you just used the glasses.
I was over Zoom on my phone in the car. I parked, and so I just had the glasses, and then they went clear, and he could hear me perfectly. I could hear him because they have a speaker built in. They were great. I was like, wow,
but he
this is
couldn't
crazy.
see you. He could only see what you were looking at.
No. I was using the camera, but I'm saying for the audio and Bluetooth, like how I was talking to him, it was taking it from the glasses.
Oh, okay. All right.
And the quality was very good. But I don't understand how all these places don't have these glasses yet, because that's the next thing. I think a lot of people are going to have these glasses and just go,
Now,
live
Google and Apple, Google, Meta. How can Meta be the first to the marketplace with this when Facebook isn't nearly as sexy as YouTube? YouTube is the end-all, be-all, right?
And it's so convenient. Like, you don't have to hold your phone. I do think these are going to be the future. They haven't perfected them yet, because also I used them at the Cowboys game. After about 15 minutes of footage, they were on 14%. I mean, they ran out. The battery life is... If you have the charging case, you can put them right back in. I didn't bring the charging case in. But the battery life on them is not very good at all.
So, like after 10 or 15 3-minute clips, you're
not even after about 5 3-minute clips.
You're down to 14, 15%.
Yeah, and it says that. It says that on the app.
Now, today is today when you go to the council meeting going to be the babyface one where you
babyface?
Yeah, that's going to be. Listen, what's his name? Eric. Or
Johnson and Nikita, but this is what I'm going to do is I'm going to babyface for the first 30 seconds, and I'm going to get on the best Trump impersonator. Yeah, we said this last time.
Right.
And I'm going to have him mediate kind of a olive branch or a truce between myself and the mayor. And it's not going to go super viral, but this is the last meeting of the year. I might as well end on this. Trump won. I have a lot to be happy about. So, not every time I go there.
Do you think that Mayor Johnson's flippable? Meaning, like, you could turn foe into friend?
No. I've just gone after not a real friend.
I mean, but today is an olive branch using the Trump impersonator, and then probably early next year you go with I swiped right on Juanita, and I'm picking up your kids from the soccer game. He might come unglued on that, like literally might come unglued on that.
He might, and we'll just see the response on this. I don't know if a lot of people in Dallas know that he was at Mar-a-Lago on election night, and I think that's going to probably, a lot of people are like, oh, wow. But he's a black dude, but he went to SMU, like the whitest school in the state of Texas, and then he also went to Harvard.
Are you going to ask him today why he hasn't publicly told the fine people of Dallas that he was at Mar-a-Lago? Like, why is that such a secret?
I am going to bring that up. I'm going to be like, a lot of people don't know about it.
I'd be like, why wouldn't you be proud of that, my friend? I mean, you're a Republican. That's.
Should I just try to gift him the MAGA hat? Be like, would you put on this MAGA hat?
Yeah,
I dare you to put on the MAGA hat. I would
actually bring. I don't think you could actually bring a wrapped present because they may think it's a bomb. But I mean, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, maybe bring the MAGA hat and say,
I could be like, bailiff, take this MAGA hat to the mayor, give this to the mayor, and then
I come bearing gifts, Mayor. And having just been, freshly from Mar-a-Lago, I'm sure you can appreciate this, my friend. And having just recently flipped to the Republican side of things, we certainly appreciate that. And so I think you could certainly really, really, really use this while rolling around Dallas, letting the people know what team you're voting for. Something like that.
Yeah. I think so. I think that'll be good. Okay, real quick, because we only have so much time.
Real quick, I was going to ask you about the United CEO deal. Like, your opinion on that.
Oh, that's a work. That's 100%. That's all the work.
What do you mean?
Something doesn't pass the smell test. I mean, he's a valedictorian. He didn't look like the same guy with the hair in the middle missing. I mean, he's probably some MK Ultra, some Patsy. Listen to this. McDonald's. You've been going to McDonald's your whole life.
Yeah,
and
look at me.
that every year they do the McDonald's Monopoly game, and I'm sure you've done well on that. You probably won a damn Sea-Doo.
No, but I won. I have seen. Remember the documentary they did when it was.
Yeah, that was all a work. So listen.
Are you going into the Monopoly conspiracy with the Monopoly money?
Yes. So this guy gets arrested at a McDonald's, and he's a valedictorian of his high school, graduated from an Ivy League school, and has a backpack with 4 guns in it and Monopoly money. And he gets arrested at Monopoly, the same place Timothy McVeigh got arrested. And then recently, Trump's over there at McDonald's serving burgers. You got them eating McDonald's on the dang airplane. There's something weird about McDonald's and catching this criminal. And just something is just everything about it is bizarre.
So what all you flat earthers think about this particular situation? I mean,
what people that question the official narrative. See, Bubba, this is one thing I want to say is you have what is called cognitive dissonance, and this isn't a derogatory term.
You can be as derogatory as you want with me, buddy. We're friends, please.
No, I know, but so what cognitive dissonance is that, Bubba, you know that the government lies, and you know that multiple governments lie, and you know that there's classified.
And I have been the target of lying and shadiness and non-prosecution, and don't make a good wit. I've been part of the government good old boy network.
And you know that there's classified levels of information that you will never be privy to. They will never tell you.
Right.
So you know that there's levels and there's secrets within the government.
Oh yeah.
And I think you would also agree that the government really has no motivation to tell us the truth. They only have the obligation to tell us something that'll keep us safe, right? And see, what we learned during the pandemic is once we trade our freedom for safety, we end up losing both. So what they do is they lie to us about lots of stuff, and you know that the government lies. But when it comes to like space or conspiracies or all these stuff that the media says is a lie, you believe the government when it comes to that, which is bizarre because on basically everything else, you don't trust the government.
Well, I mean, what are we talking? I mean, like what particular topic are we talking about? Flat earthing? Are we talking about,
How about this? How about this Princess Diana? Did you know that Princess Diana, Bubba, when she got in that wreck with Dodi Fayed, who supposedly she was pregnant with his baby, and Princess Diana was dating a Muslim guy, and they don't
Dodi Fayed.
Dodi Fayed, and then she has a baby with him, then it makes a royal bloodline, and now there's a Muslim guy in it. And when they crashed that car, they drove by 17 different hospitals before stopping at one, Bubba. Did you know that?
Is that true?
That is true. And on top of that...
So they wanted her to maybe not get the immediate medical attention that could have saved her, so they decided, let's go 17 deep, and on the 17th one, she's pretty much gone. They can't save her?
In a movie called James Bond, we've all seen, and obviously that's a satirical movie, or it's a fictional movie, but there is a thing called diplomatic immunity that a agent can go to a foreign country and commit a crime and have diplomatic immunity. So it would make more sense that she died in Paris, France. Having an MI6 agent go and take somebody out in Paris, France is actually legal compared to an MI6 agent taking her
So you're
out.
saying Buckingham Palace may have killed her?
100%.
Wow. Really?
That's a fact.
The Queen, Prince Charles, all the above?
And then, come on, and then she's sleeping with the horse trainer and all that stuff. That's an easy one, Bubba. That you need to look into that about how many dang hospitals.
That seems so 90s ago. You know what I mean? I don't know if I want to even care about that. I don't care about Princess Diana. I do care.
Well, but I'm just kind of easing you into conspiracies that I'm sure you'd probably believe. I mean, if you really looked into it, you'd be like, man, maybe they would be motivated to take her out. But then you got to look at like even deeper conspiracies. Like there's a guy named Jimmy Savile. Jimmy Savile was the Carson Daly of his day and age in the UK. He hosted a show called Top of the Pops. Now, he was best friends with Prince Charles. His whole career, he was being accused of being a pedo. The whole time, kids saying, he touched me. After he dies...
He was doing it on TV.
He was doing it on TV, but not only was he doing that he was so sick, Bubba, he was a volunteer as a porter at the Royal Children's Hospital, and he would take bodies from the morgue, and they would take them on boats with elite people, and they would do SRA, satanic ritualistic abuse, on dead bodies and mess with the blood, and then they would throw the bodies over the ocean. And supposedly Prince Charles is best friends with this guy. So my point is...
Now, what's this guy's name so I can look him up?
Jimmy Savile, Jimmy Jimmysavile. Pull up his Wikipedia. All this stuff will be on there. But what I'm saying is these people in charge, they aren't Christians. They worship Satan. There are actual Satan worshipers. Like whether you want to believe Barack Obama does it or Hillary Clinton, when her emails got leaked, there's all these weird coded stuff with weird messages and terms that the FBI has declassified as terms for child sex stuff, how to solicit child sex stuff. And my point is, you have Jimmy Savile. He's connected with Prince Charles. Prince Andrew, his brother, Prince Charles, and his
Which
brother.
now they've officially distanced and kicked him out of the royal family. He can't have a castle, can't have personal security.
But he still has a castle and still has all that. He's fighting with his brother, but he still currently has all that. And they some random investor is supposedly paying his rent, which is obviously BS. I mean, they're the royal family. They have money places. But he's best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, Jeffrey Epstein is accused of going on the Lolita Express with Bill Clinton 26 times and going to an island with children and doing the most disgusting stuff. So you have Prince Charles and Prince Andrew that are both best friends with two of the biggest pedophiles and celebrity influencers. And then you see Jay-Z.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, like, how? What's your opinion? By the way, I love your opinions, and I'm going to look up that guy. But what is your Alex Stein me on your P Diddy theory?
Well, P. Diddy was a federal informant, and he would film these parties. And there's a video of P. Diddy beating up his girlfriend in the Los Angeles hotel room.
Cassie.
You know, he goes in the hallway.
Right.
If you did that on tape, even Mike Calta, he got away with it. His wasn't half as egregious. If you beat up somebody like that on tape, you go to jail.
Not unless you're Mike Calta. You don't.
That's what I'm saying. I said the joke too early. Unless you're Mike Calta, that's the only other guy that can beat up a girl on tape. But I'm saying Puff Daddy beat her up bad in that hotel room in front of those elevators and didn't go to jail. So I think it's obvious that he has information. And Jay-Z, they're doing weird stuff. Beyonce, she has her alter ego when she goes on stage. It's called Sasha Fierce. They're like, Sasha Fierce, what is that? So these people, it's like Travis Scott. Do you remember that Travis Scott concert where all those kids died?
Right.
Yeah.
Some people say that was some sort of satanic ritual. And, if you really look at it and you look at all of the like the theme and the vibe of the place, he had like tombs and skull and bones. His whole tour is like this demonic weird stuff. My point is, there are people in power that worship Satan, and it sounds crazy, and you're going to be like, "What?" You sound like QAnon.
I'm not trying to say that you're crazy at all.
But you've heard of Aleister Crowley as well, right?
No.
Aleister Crowley's this guy that everybody in Hollywood loves very much, and he created the Church of Set, which is like the first satanic church, and his logo is this, which is the Rockaware logo. So this was his satanic symbol, and then Jay-Z started doing that for Rockaware.
So what do you think? P. Diddy, does the feds distance himself and he gets left holding the bag of crap? I mean, is P. Diddy done? Is he done? Are they all going to pin all this on him? And like, what other A-list celebrities do you think are in on the deal? And this Bugsby guy from Houston, I mean, he's ruthless.
He is ruthless. And he's ruthless as hell, and good for him. He's going after him. But there's just something going on. Do they have tapes of all this? Are we going to get the tapes? Probably not. But I don't know. Maybe
even Giselle that went to trial, we never really got
with Ghislaine, nothing.
We never got really a clear picture of any of it. They kind of just, like, it was just a bunch of hodgepodge, and she pled out and was doing however many years, but we really never got any substance of the Epstein stuff at all.
And Bill Gates was on that island. Stephen Hawking was on that island. All kinds of people. So Jay-Z, they're all going to be connected. Maybe they do it. They do it for like blackmail reasons. That's why they have, because anybody can go to a party and they sleep with like an of-age girl. That's not a big deal. But they get you to sleep with a child, or they get you to do something homosexual so that they have leverage on you. And that's probably what Puff Daddy would do. There's a whole thing in the rapping world or rap community. It's called buck breaking, where you can even look it up. Lil Wayne kissing Birdman. Where a lot of these guys are down low, and the record
all I
producers
did was let Hogan blast my wife. I mean, I didn't have anything, like, nothing dirty or nasty like this stuff you're talking about.
No, because what they'll do is they'll make them perform fellatio or make them do something humiliating, other rappers to get record deals. And there's multiple rappers that have said that they've done this. Or
isn't that what the comedian said?
And isn't that what they mean when you finally put your time in, or you've put your time in? And does that mean that, you've done some...
Cat Williams, how much did P. Diddy was trying to pay?
$40 million they were trying to get Cat Williams.
Well, and you remember Mace. Remember how popular Mace was, Bubba? He kind of came out of nowhere after, and then all of a sudden he was like, whoa, this guy's weird. And he went to Christianity. Now I don't think he's a pastor anymore, but whatever Puff Daddy did to him and blocked him out, didn't pay him, it made him go to Christ, which is like, so something happened. You know what I mean? When you find Jesus, usually something traumatic. You usually find Jesus in a foxhole.
But when do you think all this will start unraveling? Because the feds have
probably never.
For real, like we'll never really know.
We're never going to know about JFK. I don't believe Trump's going to actually give us any information.
But P. Diddy can't be in the JFK file. Like, it's so much. I mean,
he could. He could. No, he could, because this is why. Because Puff Daddy, I'm sorry, my hair, I didn't put any, I know you hate when I move it, but I don't have any.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
My point is, when Puff Daddy does these parties, it's not just Americans there. It's political dignitaries from foreign countries that you and I have no idea about. We have global, multinational corporations. So corporations that are like Lay's potatoes that are owned by, all of these countries, right? So it's a matter of national security if we try to expose somebody that's from another country. So let's say Puff Daddy was with like the owner of like, some company in Israel, for example, or some country in Ukraine, and they videotaped him doing something bad, and that could reflect poorly on those countries. They wouldn't want that information to get out.
Well, why would the feds even go after P. Diddy if they know that there's so many hidden little gems of important people that could potentially go down, that potentially work with them? Why would they even embark upon this prosecution? Like because
it seems like it took them forever to do it. I don't think they wanted to do it. I think that maybe it got overwhelming, but it seemed like, Bubba, the fact that when he beat up that girl and didn't go to jail or even get arrested makes no sense. He beat her up, and that's in California. Domestic violence is one of the few things. They always take somebody to jail. Domestic violence is
Mike Calta got Mirandized, and they didn't take him to jail.
He got the Miranda rights read to him.
Yes,
so then,
he got the Miranda rights, and then the sergeant, the person that was there, got a phone call, and they walked away.
I'm just saying, something doesn't pass the smell test with him. Something doesn't pass the smell test with the shooter. And it's like, you sound so crazy, but I'm just, whatever the media tells us, whatever the mainstream media tells us on ABC, MSNBC, or whatever you want to call it,
ABC,
basically believe the opposite. I mean, you can't, not at everything. They don't lie about every single thing. That's almost impossible. But just their narrative is a narrative that's probably meant to lead us in the wrong direction. And I've lost trust with the people that are in power. I know, you call me a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist. I wear it proudly, but
I like the way you present your tinfoilness. I like it. It's digestible.
Well, and that's what I started off. I actually had a really successful podcast just talking about conspiracies. And Bubba, a great one is Iran-Contra. We traded cocaine. We gave them guns, the Sandinistas in Nicaragua, and they gave us cocaine. And they took that cocaine and they gave it to Griselda Blanco. They gave it to Freeway Ricky Ross, and they sold it to people in these big urban areas and arrested and filled up our private prisons. And all these people got rich. And there's a lot of celebrities that are actually invested. Michael Jordan has a big investment in private prisons. And our government was selling that crack cocaine. Even Freeway Ricky Ross would be like, oh, I would just pick up an 18-wheeler. I didn't know who it was from. I thought it was from somebody from the cartel. You don't know who the head of the cartel is. And this has all got exposed. Our own government, CIA, traded guns. We gave them guns, old weapons of ours, and they gave us cocaine. And we sold that
so
cocaine.
We could infiltrate that into Los Angeles and the bigger cities, arrest African Americans, and
you keep the money too. And there was a money-making scheme for black ops. They could sell that. That cocaine was even more valuable than guns.
And jam-pack our prisons and the privatization of the prison system. Now, is that, real quick before I got to go, is that going to put a damper the privatization of the prison systems when Trump, lines up these big buses and pulls out all these illegal immigrants out of prison? Is that going to put a damper on the privatization of the prison industry? Because there's going to be, up to 20-30% of their population out now.
I have no idea, but for the private prison industry, if they all went out of business, we'd be a better place.
We would.
Yeah, we don't. Jail is okay for serious criminals, but other countries, when they have rehabilitation programs, we're way too punitive on drugs, dude. The drug crimes we had in the 80s, you could have an ounce of powder cocaine, but if you have a rock of crack, you get 30 years.
Right.
And that's racist right there.
If you're black, you get 40 years.
Exactly, and that's why I know our system is racist. A lot of conservatives disagree with me on this, and I've debated it. But when an African-American and white guy get charged with the same crime, the conviction rate and the occurrence of jail time is much higher with African-American. And people will be like, well, there's socioeconomic standards and reasons because they don't have as much money, which that may be true, but it's also because we have a legal system that takes advantage of vulnerable people. So I don't like our justice system. It's not just, and our prison system's even worse, and That's what's kind of screwed up here in America. That's one of our biggest problems.
I know you got to get going, my friend. Let's chat later today if you can. Let me know how today goes, and we'll see you next week.
Wish me luck. I'm on the list. All right, I'm out of here.
Bye,
See you
buddy.
guys.
Thank you.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Except we were getting that. I didn't have my YouTube up.
Man, Kenny Price, thank you so much, buddy. I thank him one more time for
Business services.
Kenny Price. Love him. Love Kenny Prez.
Otherwise now known as the crypto rug puller, has, right, she promoted the CD, fell off. Seller almost, who was also bought, talked to a judge about this. Ouch. Who I she did not put in fees while y'all getting called for this. You mean take a children?
Hey, this is Haley Welch's project. Copy Dilla. Copy Dilla.
Did she just make $1 million on fees on a rug? I'm just asking. That hit her bank account after rug pulling her audience, and she's dropping it. She is all over it. She's loving life, and then they're like, oh, actually, we probably shouldn't post that after the rug. Have you talked to that dude? Have you said that to you?
Not mine. Well, these days. I have a girl. In fact, well, she's a woman, bro. She's a woman who would buy Jake Paul's company better. Affiliated with each other, own 94 about wanting to get into crypto right before this all happened.
So after I saw Michael Saylor speak at the Bitcoin conference, I had decided to start putting some money into crypto, and I just want to say, oh my God, thank you so much, Mr. Saylor. You do anything with crypto?
Yeah, I do a lot of crypto, actually.
Well, I'll get my hair done a little bit of hoodie and stuff.
I've ever seen in my life. Who's making fees?
You guys are right. Everything is a scam. I think crypto brings.
Okay. Haley's team blamed the fans, called them mentally ill, said it was their fault for losing money, and ended up muting CoffeeZilla. Haley thought she could end all of the backlash by saying, my skin is getting thicker every day, and the hate isn't going to stop me. I really don't know if that's how she talks. I'm sorry. Haley continues to deny all the allegations and keeps retweeting posts on X, trying to explain her involvement in the coin and to prove her innocence. Haley tried retweeting a graphic about Hawkonomics.
Boy, these motherfuckers covering this are.
I know.
They're getting so much poontang.
Jail calls are
are getting out of control.
Guys that sniff out meme coin crimes getting fucked.
Figure out what he's saying. He's talking clueless things.
They're getting all the ladies. Ladies just showing them jugs. What up, Hawkeye?
Are you surprised to hear from me? No. What's going on? You think I was gonna get at you from the inside?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today's after show available if you are a member of our YouTube channel. And to do that, go to our YouTube channel at The Bubba Army and hit the join button. That gives you the ability to visualize all regularly audio only podcasts. Today is today an open?
It's the sports show.
And is that open? Is that wide open to
That's
everybody?
wide open.
Oh, so we don't lock that down. That's wide open.
It's wide open to everyone.
The way you like it, wide open.
Wide open. Fast and loose.
That'll be here momentarily with Rhett. It's the sports show. Lummy and Rhett know a lot about sports.
We're going to be talking a lot about the monster truck show coming up to Ocala this weekend. So,
yeah, I'll be leaving Friday to get up there.
I believe Rhett's going. I'm going. So,
House Task Force releases final report on Trump assassination attempts. So, is this like they've wrapped this up? This is what they have found, and now it's over? Is that what I'm thinking?
I guess so.
And we're following more breaking news on Capitol Hill. The Republican-led House Task Force has just released its final report on the first assassination attempt on President-elect Trump this past summer. Let's get right to NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. So, Ali, we just got this report. What does it reveal?
Kate, this is after months of investigation by a bipartisan task force here on Capitol Hill. They've come away with a few dozen recommendations.
One, more support for the president.
Her name is Ali Vitale.
For real?
Yeah.
Both for the Secret Service and then also other things that the legislative branch, which is Congress, can undertake in the future when it comes to the Secret Service and the people that it protects. Some of these recommendations are not going to be shocking, especially if you listen to any of the explanations around what happened both at the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, but also the attempted assassination at one of Trump's golf courses down in West Palm Beach, Florida. This task force was investigating both of those events, but
which, by the way, man, that kind of went away. The guy from Mar-a-Lago kind of deal, right? Like that kind of got swept underneath the rug a little bit.
Yes,
of course, they treated Butler, Pennsylvania differently, given the fact that it was an instance where the president, or former president rather, of the United States was actually shot at. And some of the recommendations that they make include things like going forward, the Secret Service should make sure that all entities involved with the planning of a security for an event should be present when they go through those plans. They also recommend that Secret Service should record some of their communications. But then there are some larger questions that are posed in this report where they ask if the Secret Service should remain housed under the U.S. Homeland Security Agency. Certainly that would be a change in really who commands the Secret Service from the top down.
I mean, all communications while protecting the president at a public event that has 50 or 60,000 people on an outside field, all radio communications should be recorded, period.
But then there are also bigger questions around how they plan things and the way that Congress is able to give them more funding. There are certainly questions about if the...
Oh, you don't need more funding. You just needed a new director. Remember that bitch went up there, Lummy, and tried to lie through her teeth?
Secret Service not just has enough money to operate, but
remember that Donald Trump had been denied, he'd asked for a better detail and more people, and they denied him every time he asked.
Yeah.
Also has enough money to provide future hiring and really generate more manpower so that when they are stretched thin, much like they were last summer.
Well, you're not going to be nearly, I'm done with this. You're not going to be nearly stretched as thin now that you don't have as many people to protect, right? I mean, at that time, they're protecting Biden. They're protecting Kamala. they're protecting Jill, and they're protecting Donald Trump. Now they only have to protect, they probably have to protect all of those still, but not to the degree, like I know a guy from the Secret Service whose, friend had the Mike Pence detail.
Oh.
After he was in office, which was
I bet that was boring.
It was boring as hell. That Mike Pence lives in like the northern part of Indianapolis.
He's not having parties.
And it was literally one unit at night and one unit during the day that just patrolled the house and stayed in their vehicle.
Well, that's fine. I mean, I guess if you're not hanging out with him, it's okay.
Oh, you don't have to hang out with him at all.
Okay.
Unless he's traveling somewhere, then you have to like drive him.
He seems like he would want to make small talk about church.
Yeah.
Probably.
I'm from Indiana, and I'm not a Mike Pence fan at all. We'll end it. This is what a guy that bought a car from this particular dealership wasn't happy with it.
I don't think he was too happy with that car.
And he decided to give it back to him.
Yeah.
Language.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Whoa! Oh, shit. Call the cops!
They sold it to him as is, and he didn't like that very much.
I'll tell you all as is.
Oh, Jesus.
Language, buddy.
I wonder, if not only are you going to be responsible for the damage, you're probably going to go to jail, but the potential, you could have potentially killed somebody. Do they throw that in there?
They could.
Attempted murder?
Yeah. Maybe you get an attempted murder kicker on the deal.
For being a bigger guy, he got out of that car pretty well. I mean, that could have been dangerous.
Yeah, it looked like a nice roomy car.
I might want to look at into this for tomorrow. The Hawk 2 bitch is really catching.
Yeah, she disappeared.
A lot of drama. There's all kinds of articles about her.
Apparently, there's a lot of nerds on the internet that investigate crypto scams. And they're
Yeah, look at this guy. He says
he's
cool. Hawk 2 girl makes first post since scamming her audience, and it's bad.
Very first time ever since the now infamous crypto rug pull. All right. If you don't know much about what's gone on, I highly recommend that you go and check out CoffeeZilla's video on his other YouTube channel called Voidzilla. Or here is a brief catch-up to get you up to speed. So, yesterday at the time of recording, she provided this video clip to her fans.
My Hawk meme coin is live!
So, she provides this Hawk meme coin.
Man, I have never seen a bitch...
You wanted to put a baby in her, dude.
A person take their 15 minutes and just make you... sick to your stomach every time you see her or hear her or oh my God.
But you can't hate the player. You got to hate the game.
God, I hate both.
Right? She promotes it on the market and people start investing money into this. CoffeeZilla retweets this and says, please do not put your money in the Hawk 2 coin. And it also got community noted saying the update authority of this token is being is holding a large proportion of the total supply. Please be cautious and verify the security details.
Now, I guess she went on and she did something that said Hawkonomics.
Well, yeah, people tried.
And they're they try to break down the...
They're trying to brand a graphic to show they're not scamming people?
Yeah, 21% community fund, 20% free claim for Haley's fans, web to fully unlock on TGE. I have no idea. 30% reserve, 17% strategic allocation fully unlocked on TGE, 10% Haley locked 12 months lock, 3-year linear vest, 2% public allocation fully unlocked on TGE, and they have now, all fees have been dropped. I don't know what all that means, but to me it seems like they're trying to cover their ass.
Well, they already made a bunch of money off the fees, I think. I think they've made a million or at least.
Yeah, it was like $1 million.
Over $1 million on just fees, right?
Yeah. Which they said is to pay their, to set up their accounts and the Caymans and their employees of her foundation.
Right.
So it's believed that meme coins will always benefit insiders and trading bots don't be exit liquidity. Okay, and this is obviously the path of the meme coin. So it was created at 1605, as we can see here. it reached a market value cap of around 500 million and then fell off to around 69 million within 20 minutes. If that's not the signs of a pump and dump, then I do not know what is. But
I mean, is it still worth 69 million? Right. I mean,
well, did they get their 500 million? I mean, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, if it goes up to 500, then down to 69, where's that money go?
Bubba,
right?
I don't understand crypto. I understand even less of the guys explaining it. I mean, I guess when they say it went up to 500, I get that, but I don't know how much money they made off of it. I know they made money off fees and certain things, but I don't know. I don't know how much of this coin other people get.
Right. And like when you said, it reached, at one particular time, 500 million. And then it settled down, or at the end of the day, or whatever, at 69. Where does that?
So everybody started selling it when it was 500 million, right?
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Okay.
And then, but like, who gets the? I mean, is it people that?
It was her people allegedly, right? That held what 97% of the shares.
Like a good amount of it.
She says Hawkonomics team hasn't sold one token, and not one KOL was given for free. We tried to stop snipers as best as we could through high fees in the start of the launch. Fees have now been dropped.
Oh, that's nice.
It was believed.
I mean, what if you had a legitimate celebrity? Let's just, for instance, Seth, I don't think that Taylor Swift needs the money, and I don't think that she would get into this space because it's very controversial. But let's say Taylor Swift wants to come out with a Swiftie crypto coin.
She was the only one that turned down the crypto endorsement before that Brady got caught up in.
I understand. But let's say that she does it.
Yes.
And Taylor Swift does everything perfectly legal. She crosses every T and she dots every I. And she brings in these people that are huge, experts in the space. She gets SEC like she completely does it above board the right way, blah. I wonder if it can be done correctly and by a legitimate person that's not going to screw you. I wonder if or is it just are you just in a position to screw people through fees and through insider trading? Like, I'm just trying to think of the most powerful, any other celebrity, whether it be, I don't know, anybody else. I think of Taylor Swift because she's by far the most popular person in the world that has the best reputation of not screwing people. But, I mean, I wonder if you can develop a crypto coin after a famous person and not get caught up in the, gouging people type deal. I wonder if it's doable. I wonder if it's doable.
I think there's a way that you could probably do this without scamming people. I mean,
like Bitcoin and the Ethereum and all these ones that have, that are successful. I'm sure there's a way that you do that so that you don't end up being considered what they call a pump and dump.
That Hayley Welch and her team were holding around 97% from the reports that I've seen of the market for this meme coin. So they held a very large majority. So that obviously, indicates potential insiding traders, people that knew about it before it was going to go live, and also bot traders. It's not a great look. And again, this is the market that we've seen created, peaked, fell off.
Yeah, but what happens? Is somebody getting arrested? I mean,
I don't know. Is it an SEC deal? Great question. The fact, what happens? Does the SEC or
should we call Kevin Hazlett? I don't know. I don't know any Bitcoin stuff.
You know what? I might call Kevin to see his availability for maybe tomorrow. You can't have him in with Gene, and you can't have him with Tuttle.
No, Gene's on. It's Thursday tomorrow.
No, but he's
saying Friday.
Oh, Friday.
Yeah. So maybe next week. I don't know.
It's really bad, and obviously, this whole situation doesn't look good. Especially as people have been reporting that they have invested money into this, and they're tweeting Hayley Welch on Twitter and stuff.
See, it'd be interesting to find somebody that lost a bunch of money, and it'd be interesting to find somebody that made a bunch of money, because there's both. For those that lost, there's others that made, right?
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to get both sides of the spectrum and be like, listen, Fred. How what time did you get in? How much did you pay for it? And what's it worth now? And hey, Jim, what's it worth now? Try to get both sides of the spectrum. Well, I got in early, and then I dumped it when it was at $550, and I rebought it at whatever.
being like, I want a refund on this because you didn't tell us that you were holding the majority of the market, right? So, hi, Ailey Welch. My $35,000 that I purchased...
Oh, so he's breaking it down. This person spent $35,000.
Hawk Dollar is now at $2,000 after 10 minutes of buying.
So, $35,000 turned into $2,000.
Come on, this can't be real.
After 10... Well, I'm just saying.
He said you took... I'm a huge fan of you took my life savings.
Ouch. I'm a huge fan of Hawk Tour, but you have taken my life savings. I purchased your Hawk Dollar where... I purchased Hawk Dollar that you were so excited about with my whole life savings and children's college education fund as well. You didn't mention that you were going to buy 97% of the supply and sell it almost immediately to make a large profit. If I had known that information, I would not have purchased your coin. Please help me or who I can contact for a refund. If I do not, I will be forced to use legal action. My crypto representative will be in touch. And once again, we can see here at the very peak, this person bought Hawk Dollar for $30,000.
He bought at the top of the market. He bought the highest
you
point.
can see the market absolutely crash, and it's such a shame that these people have been like swindled. But they are not the only one, as there is also a video going.
What's that? Yeah, this guy got swindled by a fake graphic. Why would somebody put their life savings and their kids' college funds into a Hawk Tua coin?
Because there's a lot of dumb people out there, bud.
Really? I mean, that guy wasn't messing around. That wasn't a joke. Then I'm a huge fan of Hawk Tua, so I gave you my life savings.
And a college fund for his kids.
I mean, Seth, there's a lot of stupid people out there. There's a lot of stupid people out there that really thought that she was cute and that she was, whatever.
Okay, man.
I mean, there's a sucker born every minute. Isn't that what they say?
Yeah, I think there's probably more than that. I just, I don't know who the sucker is here. It's everybody involved.
The sports show, full open, man. Rumble, YouTube, X, Twitter, Facebook. Wide open. Bubba Army HQ. Wide open, my friends. Appreciate you. Also, Lummy's Shivering Sarah's Niz Business. Kenny Prez. Huge today. $350 on the PayPal. Thank you so very much. Today's, by the way, today or tomorrow's payroll. Is it payroll tonight?
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
People like Kenny Prez and Mushroom Mitch and all the great people helping us. Mario. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello. I'm back.